I don't know what that's all about, but thank you guys for saying something. Appreciate you guys saying something. Nope, it was apparently on my end that the stream dropped. So thanks for saying something, guys. Sorry I didn't catch it quicker. But yeah, just back the carriage off. And what I'm doing is I'm getting a little bit of the lubricant on my finger, and then I'm rolling and pressing it into the balls of the carriage. And that way we're getting the appropriate place for the lubricant, and we're not just leaving it everywhere on the rails that we'll have to clean up later. Do this a couple of times and you'll make sure that the bearings are nice and packed. And that'll help your rails go a lot longer in between maintenance sessions. And if your rails, if you can get to the back side of your rails, you can squeeze using a syringe some more grease down between the rail and the bearing. Right there in the channel, you can get some grease right down in there for preventive maintenance. Okay. There is the ability to get a little bit down in there between the carriage and the rail, but it all depends on how your rails are mounted and whether they're exposed or not. Yep. So this is the messy part of any build. It's easier with linear bearings because you've got this fitting. All you need to do is line up the bearing pass with the channels in here, and then it's just squeeze on the end of your lubricant tube, and that will pack those bearings very well. And when it starts coming out the opposite end, you know that all the bearing channels have been well packed. And pop them off, wipe off the excess, and slide them on your linear rods, and you're good to go. So all you have to do is just go slow, and you'll get these nice and packed. And like I said, if the grease fittings are open on the ends, you should just be able to insert the syringe and squirt directly in there. But if they're not, then this is a way that I found that works really well. It goes a little slow, but I haven't had any problems getting the bearings nice and packed and having long life out of the linear rails that I've installed using this method. I just finally started wearing one of my latex gloves, because normally they're down in the garage and I'm like too lazy to go down and get them. But now that I've got the resin printer up here, I've got a couple of boxes of them up here, which just makes it easier getting everything cleaned up afterwards. So take your time, and you will wind up with some very nice moving rails. Then I just go and try and wipe any of the excess off the rail, because really where the grease is going to work is down in the channels right here. So if you get grease down here on the thick side or over here, it does you no good. It's not going to work where you need it to work. So you might as well just wipe the excess off, because that's just gunk that can get on your print or in your print head and foul things up down the road. Just cleaned up a little bit. And like I said, if you've got you print it out like one of the little plastic parts, or if you've gotten a carriage just by itself, you'll have a plastic rail guide that came with it. And that would allow you as well to have another option for getting these off, protecting your bearings from flying everywhere while you go through and work on them. But these were really good. Like I said, they were packed in a little light oil. So we just went ahead and added some good super lube. And this is the NLGI grade 2. I believe you want to use a grade 1 or a grade 2 when you do your printer, your printer parts, because otherwise it's not the correct type to use, and you may have issues with some of your printed parts becoming brittle and breaking down the way. All of that's moving well. To just wipe. I'm going to clean up the end of my tube of lubricant on the cap. I realize this portion of the stream can sound like adult content. Very not good. Up and out of the way. Okay. Go slow, get them nice and packed. Yep, words to live by. Go slow, get it nice and packed. You think a Frankenstein 0G Mercury could be built on one of the Tensor 3D Voron B frames? I don't see why not. I mean, quite honestly, the D-bot over here in the corner, one of my thoughts was it uses V-wheel rollers. I was thinking of swapping the 2040 out for 2020 and running as and redoing the top as a 0G work style build. As it is, we're going to be taking a lot of parts off this. The bed on this is a 2.4 300 by 300 bed, so it will be put over on this printer. All of the electronics will be nice. I'll just disconnect the wires, pop them off the DIN rails because they are DIN mounted underneath there. And I will recover a lot of the electronics off of that, building this particular printer as well. Okay, where are we at? Yep, just a tip. Do you think you'll be printing a Benchy by the end of the stream? This stream, I doubt it. I've seen people do marathon streams for V0s. I don't think I'm going to be able to do one for a 2.4. It's just way too in-depth of a build. And as I mentioned before, I'm waiting on the motors to come in. I did talk to Mike at Sensor 3D. They should be here today. I'm not sure if they were coming via the post office or something like DHL because they were drop shipped. But I did see, and I didn't get a tracking number from the drop shipper, but I did see something that seemed strange, not from a place I'm used to getting stuff from that's coming in the mail today. So I'm hoping that's the motors. And Mrs. Dragon, if she's listening, which I will have to text her, hey, be on the lookout for the motors and bring them up when they get here. The next step that we're going to do, it says to, handle with care to make sure that you don't drop your carriages off. That's why we left our stoppers on. And it's basically, there's a QR code in the manual that says, let's view here. There we go. Yeah, no swatch truck today, but there may be a swatch truck after this is built, just to do an initial print with it. And then we will be printing all the parts for the Trident on this. We'll print the skirts for this on this. The only thing I have that can do the skirts today is the Ender 3. And I just want to be able to print Voron on, all the Voron parts on a Voron at this point. So that's going to be nice. So as you can see here, it talks about handle with care. It tells you that we're going to be putting screws in every other hole of the linear rails. And there is a QR code to go out and watch a video by Nero 3D on how to properly prepare rails for mounting. And you see I laid this down on its side. So here's the bed pieces. I've laid it down on its side so I can use gravity. Once again, my roll-in T-nuts don't spring tight. Therefore, they can still move around easy. So if I try and do this vertically, it's just going to fall anyhow. So this will give me an opportunity to use my M3 roll-in T-nuts, get them lined up next to the rail, and then lay them in place. So we're going to have 3 of them going from the top, and the holes face towards the ends. So we'll have 3 at the top portion where the holes are facing top. We're just going to get them in there. We're not trying to space them at this point. We're trying to get them in the extrusion. Get them in the right direction. Because then what we'll do once we get these in here, Okay, so we get them lined in there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my rail. I'm going to move my stoppers to the second from the end, second from the end, because I want one of my screws is going to go on the very end. I actually need 8 total nuts in here, so 4 going in each direction. Then what I'm going to do is use my rail and just set it on here. Set it right next to it, and then I will use that to line up my T-nuts appropriate. Going slide the rail right over top of them. And we've got our rail guides. We've got ones for the MGN12, which will be used for the X-axis gantry, and ones that are MGN9s that we'll use here. Then we went into every other hole, so we're going to put these over fourth hole up. That'll give us a way of aligning this side to side on the rail. And these are M3 by 8s socket head cap screws. So we're using 2.5. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and just try and get these started. Lined up, get them started. Again, maybe somewhat difficult. Check to make sure I got these lined up. Fortunately, everything's black, so there we go. These lined up, get a couple screws going, and work on getting it up. And there will be a specific tightening order that you will use when you start to tighten these rails down. you always want to start from the inside and work your way out. And that ensures that your rails will lie flat. If you tighten like the ends and then work your way in, you could introduce a little bit of a bow in your rail. So you always want to start in the center when you're tightening down and work your way out. And once again, black screws, black rails, black extrusions, and black T-nuts just makes it a little more difficult trying to find the T-nuts to get these lined up and inserted. So I'm trying to do it lined up so that when they're, sorry folks, got covered up there. Drop the, oh, that sucks, John. I hate dropping filament spools. In fact, I was getting a little worried, so I was, I just pulled off the Galaxy Dark Gray off of B0 back here. And KVP spools, they have their spool holders. This is a plant3d.com like master spool holder. And I almost let it go when I was getting it put in. So it rotates all the way around and comes out. You'll have a couple of holes in the side. So you just bring the inside coil down and through the other hole, pull it tight, and then you put it on. But the way they had the tie straps, I put them on. I put it in there the wrong way, and the tie straps were on the inside versus on the outside where they were accessible, where the zip tie heads were. So I almost let that spool go and wind while I was trying to get it on there. Now, the other thing that it says is you want a 3mm gap at the base of this. Flip through. I'm good. So what I did was I took a 3mm wrench. I'm just going to sit it down here at the base. I'm going to slide my rail down to touch it. So that tells me that my rail is now 3mm up from the bottom frame. So 3mm wrench. Just sticking it right there at the base and pushing it tight. So my rail clips are on here, keeping my rail straight in the extrusion. I've got my 3mm wrench down here so I get my gap top to bottom right. Then once again, I'm going to start in the middle. Snug it down. I'm not tightening it all the way. I will come back and tighten it afterwards. But I'm working my way from the middle up and down. So that will ensure that my rails should be straight in line with the extrusion, as well as mitigate any potential chance for the rail getting warped. Because like I said, if I work my way from the ends inside, I could warp the rail a little. It's going to come back, tighten up fully. Your rail number 1 done. Switch over and we'll do the one on the far side over here. And do the same thing. And we'll get our M3 T-nuts loaded up here. We'll need 8 of them, 4 in each direction. So on the bottom side, the holes on your T-nuts are offset. So your holes will go on the downside on the bottom and towards the top. So 4 facing down, 4 facing up. Okay, Zombie. And you're building a trident soon, correct? You got your hands on an LDO trident kit? That'll be one of the builds in my future. Trident. I have a tensor frame for the trident. That will be another one of my builds. Kind of move that in the center. Put this over here. Move my little end stops up one. Just going to work on getting these lined up. And I'm not worried about getting my 3mm gap at this point in time because it'll be a little bit easier to work these without doing it up here in the main part of the frame. Slide that over those holes. We'll grab our clips from the other rail, move them over. This will align the rail to the extrusion. Make sure it's properly in place and centered on the extrusion. Go ahead and use our light source to make sure we're as lined as possible. Grab our M3x8s and we'll go through and getting these tied in. Once again, initially you just want to make sure that they're biting on the rolling T-nuts and then just back them off a bit because you want to be able to move the rail afterwards. Well, I thought he was talking about a shape, Pez Liz. Because as most of you know, round is a shape. Those of us that are working to get in shape, round is a shape. And I forgot, today is Coronation Day for those of you that are interested in watching the coronation as well. I'm not, so don't expect me to drop stream to watch the coronation. So Westbury 1, what time is the Kentucky Derby running tonight? Is it 6? 7? Strand, thanks for the lurk. Okay, so I've got all of my screws in. I'm going to place my 3mm wrench at the end here. Just slide my rail down so that it locks into place there. And once again, we're going to start in the center. We're just going to start tightening these down. I'm not going to crank them down real hard or completely just yet. I'm just getting all of them set at this point. Getting them a little tight. And then we'll come back with another pass and torque them down. Now these are metal screws going into, or going through a metal rail and going into a metal T-nut. There's no plastic, so if you wanted to, you can Loctite these down. I'm going to double check the manual because I don't believe they say to do that. Yep. There's nothing in the manual about using Loctite, so we're good there. Once again, we just keep going from the center out. Then we'll tighten these down a little tighter. A couple of these probably won't be as tight as the others because my left hand's not, but my left arm here isn't as calibrated as my right arm is, so the torque settings will be slightly off. Here we go. We've got 2 rails in. Pop these clips off because now we're going to flip it 180 degrees and work on the other 2 rails. And of course, some coffee in between. Probably around 6:45. Okay. So if I go that late, then I can get out of. Gotta check who's in chat. So if I run that late doing the build and just kind of marathon push on the build, then that means another day that I get out of yard work, right? Sounds good, right? Because I did kind of skip out of some yard work yesterday with last night's stream. I'm going to start on this side this time. Once again, I'm going to get in the T-nuts. I'm winding up putting in 9. Could possibly do 10. It only shows 8 in the manual, but I think the manual is based off of the 250 build, not the 3 or 350 build. So just following along and doing the opt to skip every other one. Another rail. Just gonna move your bumpers from the last one because you want to put a screw in the last one. Move them into the second one, which you're going to skip anyhow. Oh, subsector. I'm 3/4 of an acre. And my big mower's been down. My riding lawnmower's been down because I need to. The front tires went flat on it and popped the bead. So it's nothing bad. I just need to go use a couple of ratchet straps. I should be able to ratchet strap it tight enough that I can inflate and get them back on the bead. If not, then I might have to try the backwoods plan B, which is using some like brake fluid or something, spray it in there and set that off, which will do a little bit of an explosive bead setting maneuver. Rail over there, put our clips on, center it on the rail. Yeah. And we'll start setting our M8 or M3x8 screws again. Yeah, just watch the eyebrows. What eyebrows? Am I still waiting? Yeah, I'm procrastinating. That's it. I'm just procrastinating. Like it's 72 degrees, which isn't bad, but it's sunny and 72 degrees, walking around, I'm gonna sweat. I'm by myself, or not by myself per se, but I can't really talk and listen to anybody. So who knows? Maybe Westry One will come on, and I'll get her on my phone on Twitch and have some headphones on and listen to her while I'm walking the yard. And the other side of that is it gives me a darn good excuse to actually mow it with the. We have an electric push mower from when we had a smaller yard at our last house, and I've been getting my steps in, getting my activity and my steps in. So I guess that's a plus. Oh no, not the vet again. What happened, Westry? Is this still the colicking horse? No, no, not good. A subsector. about Riker? Has he been eating, or was that the comment that I just missed that you need to kind of show him to eat? All right, so I've got all my screws started. I'm going to take my 3mm, lay it in there, slide my rail up against it. Close is too tight. For the quarter turn back off game. Push that down. There we go. And once again, I'm going to just kind of push it tight down against the wrench so we get our nice 3mm gap, or as close to 3mm gap. And we'll just start tightening these down. I'm not going to really ugga-dugga them now. I'm just going to go through, snug them up. And we'll come back and do another round where we actually torque them down. Yeah, you're going to go get some lime? Oh, Westry, will he eat crickets? I mean, you should be able to go get some crickets and stuff out of the backyard. I don't know who that Westry person is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You dance, you dance that mouse around like no one's business. Yep. They won't eat the crickets. Okay. Uh, yeah, I guess that's more lizards and stuff, huh? That'll like the crickets. Now we're going to start in the center and just come back for the second round and tighten these down. And once again, if you hear this kind of rattling around, don't worry about it. This table I know is not completely flat. That's why we used the kitchen counter to go ahead and make sure that everything was lined up straight and square. Yes, I did that when Mrs. Dragon was not in the house because she freaks out every time she sees me do it. Buster counter. Mice and rats. Oh yeah, hamsters, rabbits. As they get bigger, they start sizing other things up. Eventually, they'll size you up, but that's okay. So that's fears off. Our stops or stoppers over one. Row. I'm missing a rubber stopper. Good thing I've got plenty of them. I'll just grab one from the stash over there. Then we'll set this on the right extrusion next to it, line up all peanuts. Over, grab our alignment tools. Rail. Just a lot of repetitiveness here. Doing yourself feeder mice live? Well, that's I wonder if they're afraid that people try and keep them as pets and they'll get out and cause an infestation problem. I'm gonna rotate this so that it's facing me, so make it easier. I think Miss Dragon's making a point because I hear the gas weed eater right outside the office window over here. Yeah, don't want to breed. That's true too. Yeah, because if you start breeding them, then you got your own supply and you don't need to come back for theirs, huh? That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, got all of those lined up. Take our, once again, our 3mm right driver. We're going to put it down at the bottom. We're going to slide this down so it's nice and tight up against that. And then we'll start tightening the rail down. The center first. Our way out. Hey, no beard kid, how are you doing? Thank you for joining our stream today. We're doing good. Yeah, hint, hint. Funny how that happens. Hey, fat boy, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us this morning. I know it's kind of early on a Saturday morning for some people. All right, so we got them all just snugged, and now we're going to go through and put some ugga-duggas to them. And once again, we do these from the inside out to prevent a warp in the rails. Because if you did if you tighten down the outsides as you worked your way in, you could develop a bow in the actual rail itself. And we don't want that. It'll lead to some binding issues down the road. So what got me into building things? Well, as I was growing up, and I say growing up, meaning as I started my young adult life in the Air Force, I was a communications person. And part of the job that I did was also work on the base small computers. So I started building my own computers. Started off with a, here's the dating myself, a AMD 486 DX 266 was my first build in the early 90s when I joined the military. Uh-oh, we froze. Are we back? Never mind. Okay. I thought I froze. And so I've been building computers most of my life. And partly it was part of, I'll say, my career stuff in the sense that a lot of my Air Force career, I did not have labs to actually test things out. So even though I worked a lot of classified stuff, I would be doing things like, setting up NT domains and having to troubleshoot issues with Windows NT domains or Windows 2000 domains. So what I would do is I would set up a lab at the house. So I had, rack mounted switches. I had rack mounted servers and everything for the longest time. Now I update my PC, which is my gaming PC turned streaming PC, every couple of years, and that's my build from computer standpoint. Everything else I'm doing is now pretty much Mac based. So I got my first printer was a TiVo Tarantula, which you actually had to build from a kit, and it just kind of stuck. I built that when I was in Colorado, and when we decided to move from Colorado, I said, that's it. I need to divest. And I got rid of all my rack mounted servers and went down to just one tower. Now I've got 3 towers in the house. One that we're going to use as I'll say, the creators setup downstairs in in one of the spare bedrooms, and that's where my wife will work on designs for cry cut, the laser, the CNC, and so forth. And then I use one up here was my gaming computer, and I have a spare. And what happens is whenever I go to do upgrades, like motherboard and major upgrades for my gaming / stream computer, I'll do is I'll take spare, pull everything out of that, build that as the new computer, get it up and running. That way I can always fall back to the next best one I've got. And then I'll take everything out of there. And there's a place in town called Camden Institute where you can take various electronic devices and stuff, old laptops, old PCs and everything, and they will refurb them and either use them in their classrooms doing STEM stuff for kids or straight out give them to kids. So the X1 laser has been working fabulous for my wife. And I say that because I bought it for my wife, not necessarily for me. I've done some cuts and some engravings with it, but I really bought it for her, to give her another creative outlet. So she just did it or used it to make a monogrammed, it can either be like a little tray or it's a square frame that she can hang up on the wall, but it was monogrammed for a friend, a family friend who is graduating from college soon. So hey, Royal Nomi, how's it going? See Travis, thank you for coming in and joining us today. I just missed you joining us, Royal Nomi. Hello. Hello. Just doing a stop by before I have to tackle a few things today. Well, I appreciate you stopping by and spending your morning with us. Or at least a part of it. Get a little bit of breakfast going in you and stuff. Go ahead and switch our view back to the manual. So we've got all 4 of our linear rails prepped and they're all mounted now. They're all still moving well. No binding issues through the travel. Good there. And we do have that 3mm gap at the bottom, like it says, because we did use the our driver to the 3mm driver to give us 3mm gap. Make sure that they don't fall off, so we did leave our bump stops on. And install the remaining rails. We've got all 4 rails on. Now it talks about flipping the printer over. So I've reoriented it where the front is facing me and the rear is facing the main camera, not that it's. And we're going to put on the deck panel. We flipped it upside down, and the notch in that panel will go to the back. So I will raise this up some. See what we're doing. Got the rails across here. We're going to grab our bottom deck panel, which is the one that has all of the different cutouts on it. And we have a decision. So we've got a smooth side, but the smooth side can get scratched a little bit. And then we've got a slightly textured side here that won't scratch as easily, but like if we want to add stickers or anything like that, like a vinyl or anything, we may not be able to adhere things to this side as easily. However, remember the build plate's going to sit right over the top of this, so there probably won't be much surface area. So I think what I'm going to do is we'll put the textured side facing the inside of the printer for this panel. When we go to do the back panel, we will we may put the smooth side so we can add a vinyl graphic. And I'm just verifying that once again, the front of the frame, I did leave a piece of tape on here. So this is the front of the frame facing me, which means my little cutout here needs to go towards the back. and it just sits in there like that. And there's two channels or two holes, sets of holes here that'll line up with the rails, and that's where we're going to put some M5 nuts, I believe, to hold our DIN rails. So line the nuts, position the 4 T-nuts so they are directly below the 4 holes, and those are M5 T-nuts, and we'll use the M5 by 10 bolts on those. So we'll grab 4 of these. See, we probably can't get them in there as easy, so I will try and slide this out of the way. We'll get our T-nuts roughly in the right location. Just the other way. Just get the other 2 T-nuts in place. Like I said, these slots are big enough that you don't have to be like super accurate with getting them in there, because you'll have room to move them around a bit. Okay, and we've got these lined up. And what we're going to do is take some DIN rail. This is DIN rail that I had on hand that I just cut down myself. Easy enough. I just put them back to back, wrap tape around both ends, measured the length, and ran it through the bandsaw to cut the edges. They should fit in here. It's just a matter of getting them lined up so the holes will line up. And as I mentioned in the stream yesterday, one of the things I'm thinking about doing is ordering a set of anodized rails from Tensor 3D. They do have, let me change the source here real fast. So they do have colored DIN rails that are anodized DIN rails. They have purple, blue, clear, black, green, and orange. So you can't get these. It would be even better if you had like a 0G build where you do a drop rail, and I have a clear top electronics panel, so you'll be able to see the electronics, because you can really get them and show them off. Yes, these are the ones that I won the parts for at Rocky Mountain Royal Nomi. So I won the PIF parts, the printed parts, and we'll start getting into those real soon. I won the 2.4 printed parts, all the functional printed parts from Voron Designs on day 2 of Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest. And I went ahead and ordered the frame, or didn't order, I bought the 2.4 and the Trident frame from Tensor 3D. And so what I did was I reached out to them to say, hey, I'm going to do this build. Can you help me out? Right? It's not a full sponsorship. I did not get all of these Tensor parts for free. They, from the looks of it, they sponsored the Fastener kit as a whole, and I think the rest was pretty much pass-through cost. Right? They did it. They did me right. They did me a solid. And so with that, that's why you see their logo down there. That's why you're going to hear me talk about Tensor a lot, because they did cut me a good deal to be able to get this kit and get this build started. And they're a great company. It is a husband and wife, Mike and I'm going to get in trouble because I keep forgetting his wife's name. It starts with an M as well. It's Michelle. Very, very, very nice people. And I apologize to Mike for forgetting his wife's name, and to his wife for forgetting her name. I do that a lot until I talk to people very often. But they're very nice people. They, like I said, they were willing to work on me. They flat out said, hey, we can't sponsor the whole thing. We're a small company. I said, no problem. Just do me a solid because I want to get your name out there and help you to not be a small company. Because the more vendors that we have in the marketplace for our kits, the better we are as consumers because we now have more options. And it may be that we like the customer service from one company better than another, or it could be that we went to company A and they were out of stock, but company B had stock, right? I do that quite often. I try and go to companies that are closer to me first because I know that the shipping will get there quicker rather than trying to go clear across the US. But if that chosen company is out of stock, I go to whoever has it. Right? So one thing you'll notice is our den rails are going side to side, and I'm going to flip this over, and our bed rails are going front to back. The bed rails go front to back, den rails go side to side. I believe on the LDO kit, they go the same direction. Hey, Evil Diesel, how are you doing, my friend? Has your ears been burning? Because I talk about you a lot. Thank you for giving Forever Night a gift sub. I appreciate that, my friend. So for those of you that I don't know, have been in a cave other than the Dragon Den, Evil Diesel is a good friend of mine. He's a buddy from the military, and he will be traveling with me as we go over to MRRF and ERF this year. So he will be my traveling companion. This printer will be going to MRRF, and you'll get a chance to see this out at MRRF, which will be nice. And I am going to, my plan is to use this printer to print all of the non-functional parts. So the skirts for the bottom electronics area will be printed on this printer. It will be an enclosed Voron where you see my switch wires don't have enclosures on them yet. Uh-oh. Feeling like crap. Oh, that's right. You and the fam had gotten some type of bug. Did you ever figure out if it was COVID or just something else? Because I went out, like, we went out, ran some errands, came back into the house. I went out and checked the mail, and I came back, and my sinuses, I was like in pure misery with my sinuses. I have no idea what pissed my sinuses off, but something sure did. Okay, so we've got that done. Front, back, den rails are going across from side to side. And now I'm going to take this and put it down on the ground because we're going to start working on some printed parts. So the nice thing about the pit parts as well is they lay them out in kind of the order you're going to need them. So this bag here has the Z drive and the Z idlers, which is everything we're going to work on next. So I'm just going to kind of open it up and spill it out. Probably make some noise in the process. Sorry about that. That was probably fairly loud. I'm just going to kind of arrange some things because we'll have multiples of various parts. Drop you down some more steel. So what I've got is the 4 pieces that make up the motor mounts. And you'll notice that they have heat sets. I did go through and start doing some of the heat sets on these just to make it go a little bit faster. But I pretty much only did a few parts, so I'm still going to have to do the rest of them. These will be the feet. And unless Amazon gets here, I don't have the right round feet for these. So I can either steal the ones off of the Dbot to put on here, or we can just wait. They should get here in a couple days. Just Amazon saying they're running late. And these are the idler bits that will make up the idlers. So we're just gonna put those over there. These are the motor mounts, and these are the tensioning arms for the motor mount. And with that, we will start. We got everything laid out. We went ahead. I'm just going to verify real fast. We've got one of these parts. This one. Okay. So we have heat set inserts in 6 places. All right. That's this picture here. The bottom picture is the same piece, just rotated. There's another heat set there. So I've got 7 heat sets in each of these. Yep, we got 7 heat sets in those. And then on the thicker pieces, that's the one that is oriented like this in the top right picture there. You've got 2 heat sets in the side. Just going to go through and make sure that each one of these has heat sets in the side, and they do. So we've got our heat sets done and ready to go. And now we're going to grab our D shafts. Got our D shafts here. We'll need the 4 longer ones. We are going to need our GT2 22 9mm wide pulleys. These are 9mm wide pulleys versus the 6mm. The bigger one. Set screws, we'll make sure that we put Loctite on our set screws. In fact, we'll go ahead and we'll get Loctite on those before we start building these out. So see chat and follow chat while I do this. And I normally use the liquid Loctite 2.4r2, right? And I saw Steve Bilge using the stick. And I was like, oh dear God, that is so much better than having to squirt a little bit of this out on something and then drag bolts through it and hopefully not drip it everywhere. So I went to the stick, and I'll continue to use the liquid whenever I need to on another project. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to back these out and put a little bit of Loctite on them, put them right back in. Don't need a whole ton of this. Just need a little. So Westbury, how's Captain Diesel doing? So I had somebody on stream last night that said that they were building 3 Mercury 1s at the same time. Not sure why, but um, he was asking, how would you go about building those? Quite honestly, I was like, well, you've got 2 ways. You can do them one at a time, or you can do them kind of a production line where you do the same step across all three at the same time. And I was thinking about that, and I think my answer is it depends. If I need a functioning printer quickly, I will do them one at a time and do a serial build. If I needed 3 printers and I already had working printers, like if it was an order for somebody, then I think I would build all 3 in parallel. And that way I'm working on them all at the same time. So I can focus, like rather than do this 3 separate times, I could just go around and say, okay, let me grab all of my pulleys that need grub screws, and I'll just go through and prep with Loctite all my grub screws, right? I would walk through and do all the heat sets on all of them at the same time to make sure that, I validated all the heat sets were in place. So when I start building, I don't have to keep stopping to go do more heat sets. You know? And I do know that there's at least one person out there. Like if you talk to people in the Voron design team, they'll tell you that Vorons probably aren't the best choice for a print farm because you're the support. You don't have, there's no customer support from a vendor. You are the support. You have to do all the maintenance and things like that. Um, Depending on what you do, some of the commercial printer options that are out there, you can get a support contract if you're close to a location for support. So that becomes something good. And also, if something breaks, something goes very, very wrong on it, you can either get parts shipped out overnight or you can ship the printer back to them and they'll fix it and repair it and send it back or things like that. But if you build Vorons, you are the support front to back, end to end. And I do know that there is a guy that's out there that actually has built a farm of Voron. And I want to say also that I think it's VoronKits.com actually has their own Voron based print farm, and they provide full kits, printed parts and all, for Vorons. They are a veteran owned company. Haven't gotten anything from them, so I can't tell you what the build quality is. I just know that they were at RMRRF. They did have some of their stuff there. They actually have a belt mod for the 2.4 and the 350 size that would allow you to basically do some continuous printing of parts. So that might work out very well in a print farm type scenario. Okay, so I've got those. The other thing I'm going to go ahead and do while I've got this out is get the 80 tooth idlers because I know we're going to need those. And I've got a set of grub screws for those. Yeah, or no grub screws actually. so I got to add them. Cat Measles fit as a fiddle. He is doing great. He's enjoyed. Okay, so he's enjoying his place and gaining weight. Nice. Nice. He made you. He made your assistant chase him yesterday. That's sweet. I am glad that he is doing good because I know when you got him, he was a rescue, and he was. I don't want to say he was skin and bones, but you could tell that he was off weight a bit. So you know, Westry One, as much as you talk about not wanting to tinker, I bet you could build one of these. The manuals are very good. If anything, it might be a little bit tedious, but I do believe that you could build one of these if you put your mind to it. I mean, you do Legos, by the way. Your ender's being upgraded again. Oh, that's right. That's right. You were, yep, 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 yep. I remember talking to you about that. Um, I think he's printing the dual color filament, not like two separate colors. It's the co-extrusion from Polymaker that he's doing Westering. Oh yeah, I'll find out about the the Lego manual soon enough because I want a couple on our stream. But I will tell you, Evil Diesel, talking about upgrades for the Ender. Next one in the pipe. This is a dual linear rail upgrade for my Ender for the Z-axis, and it actually mounts the rails on the backside of the print. So you actually move the dual Z motors back some, so everything still lines up. But that way you don't adjust um, your X motor forward by adding rails to the front. So there's two ways you can add it to an Ender without messing up the existing kinematics and positioning of things, and that's to put them on the inside of the rails or on the back. And so this sets one on the back. Hey, WindFarm66, thank you for the follow. VoronKits.com has a large print farm with 2.4s with over 10,000 hours on them. Yeah, I figured that they were the ones. I don't think they're the only ones. I think there is somebody else that I've seen YouTube videos. Maybe it is them that has built a bunch of Voron 2.4s. The videos are kind of like in a big warehouse, but he builds a bunch of 2.4s, and they're all built, I think, pretty much to the same specs so that they can use them in a print farm. But the Voron Design people will pretty much say that, you know, it's probably not the ideal printer for a print farm just because, like I said, maintenance wise, you become the maintenance person. But if you built them, you should be able to maintain them. I mean, it at least if it's all the same printer, and if you do a 2.4 350 size with a belt, all you have to do in your slicer is set your parts up so there won't be any collisions with the tool head, and you print them one at a time. So you print one over on this side, one in the middle, one over on this side, and you just keep conveying back and forth, and you just keep rolling out parts. So I could have one printer doing a full set of these in a particular color and just run them off in batches and keep going. Oh, my V01 is so reliable. It's crazy. I love it. If you were on the stream yesterday, um, you would have noticed that I had Blue Dragon back up on the bench, partly because I realized, oh, I never did a serial request on her. So I had to put Blue Dragon back up on the bench so I could do the serial request. And because you have to show it running and printing. So I got her back up there and started printing some parts for an Absolver bolt pistol from Warhammer 40,000. So I've got most of the parts printed on that, and I literally did nothing but pick it up off the floor in the closet where it's been sitting, sit it up here on the table, plug it in, turn it on, and say print. And she did. She printed without a problem, didn't miss a beat. That's the one that we built that has the LGX light extruder in it. So yeah, everything printed off there very nice and clean. And I was printing it using the Polymaker Polylight or Polymaker PLA Pro Flat Dark Earth, which is the 3D Print General's whatchamacallit, creator spools. And a couple of those. And I figured that print's probably going to need to be sanded down and painted anyhow, so it didn't really matter what color I printed that one in. Exactly. And the fact that I picked it up off the floor, put it on a table, which once again I know this bench is not very solid flat surface, and I did have to play around with the Z height, but once I dialed that in, print after print after print, not an issue. The one problem with these pulleys is you have these small grub screws and you have to put them in probably like 8 millimeters to get them close, so that you're not trying to do it while you're holding it on a T shaft. You also have to look and go, wow, where am I at? Did I do that one or did I do the other one? Yeah, easy maintenance. That's why on my tool heads, I've set them up with the tool head boards. So if I've got an extruder issue or if I've got a hot end clog, I can take the whole thing off, right? I can take it off the printer, get it on the workbench, and work on it, and not have to worry about it. That was the one thing that I hated about my Prusa Mark IIIs. Is every time you had to do anything on the tool head, you pretty much had to undo all the wires all the way back to the toolbox to get the tool head off, be able to work on it. And that's the only downside. And now the Mark IV came out, and with the next extruder, you literally rotate the part cooling fan to this hinge. You just rotate that out of the way. You undo the panel or panel that covers the tool head board. Pull out the thermistor and hot end plug. Undo 2 thumb screws, and the whole nozzle and heat block comes out. So you can swap out nozzles and heat blocks. The next extruder you take apart from the front. So they made the maintenance task on that printer a little bit easier, which is nice. And I am just very much about making things easier to work on. My 0G, once again, my current 0G is based on the Inter 5 Plus, so it's 370 by 377 build plate. And when I was swapping parts out for the latest 0G parts that just got dropped, I had my spare set of hands, aka Mrs. Dragon, holding the bed plate up as I was redoing the bed mounts, Kenmac bed mounts on all three sides, and I was doing them, swapping them out one at a time. She was getting mad at me because, like I said, that's an 8-pound build plate, and I finally figured out how much I could change off and get prepped on the new parts before I needed her help, because having her come over and hold the build plate as I took everything apart, got all the things unscrewed and moved over to the new parts, and then put back together. Yeah, she was getting mad at me. Holding, 8 pounds doesn't sound a lot, but hold 8 pounds for like 10, 15 minutes. She was getting mad. Yeah, you can do connectors at the tool head as well. That's what a lot of Voron people were doing back in the day, was connectors at the tool head, so you can take the tool heads off. But having the tool head boards on it, it makes it a lot easier. Because really, you take the one connector off, whether it's the 14-pin connector if you've got the standard wiring harness, or just the 4-pin connector if you're using the CAN bus, and you can pull the whole thing off. Life is so much better and nicer that way. Okay, guys, I'm going to switch the camera view. I will look at the manual so you get a bigger picture of what I'm doing as I'm starting to go through and work the shafts together. There's a couple of different ways you can do this. You can measure each one, or because the manual is going to call for setting a specific depth, which is 33 millimeters when you put on your pulleys, you could actually take your calipers you take your calipers, turn them on, throw them out, and we need 33 millimeters, so I'm going to set these to 33 millimeters. Tighten it down, and now I have a depth gauge tail end. So I'll be able to lay this down, go ahead and get my pulley on the shaft, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get one of the flats lined up. I'm just going to start to snug it down on the flat. So I know it's biting, yet I can still move it a little bit. Now I'll use this as a depth gauge. Set my G-shaft in there, pulley. Use that as a depth gauge because you want 33 millimeters to the front of that pulley. And need like 5 hands here, but hold it in place, tighten that down. We'll double check and make sure it stayed. It did. Make sure to put a little bit of Ugga Dugga on that, then tighten the other side down. So you always start with the flat first, then you tighten against the round edge. That's the first pulley lined up with 33 millimeters left on one side. We're going to do that to all 4 at the same time. It actually says do these for a pulley, and then it'll come back and say, okay, do it 4 more times or 3 more times to get a total of 4. I like to do them all at the same time. So once again, I'm going to set flat to flat. Realize that'll be easier. And run that pulley, hold it with one finger, tighten that down. Get a little bit of torque on it. Go to the other side. Tighten that down. Now I got 2D shafts. Once again, line it up with the D. Touch it and just back off just a hair so that it will slide a little bit. Line your depth gauge up on the flat part of your D, and make sure that your parts down at the end. Tighten it up. The other side up. If you want, once you get your D tightened, you can always go back and just go to the side and double, triple, quadruple check it. That one did look like. Loosen that up just a bit. Up just a bit. Sure that that's correct. Once again, take your time doing this. If you need to redo it and recheck it like we did the bed, because as square and as accurate as you build these and as repeatable as you build these, that will be how well your printer prints. You know, so when people sit there and say, oh, this printer prints like crap, I don't know why I built it, then you have to go back and say, well, wait a minute, you built it. So if you built it and it prints like crap, it's probably because you did not take your time and build it accurately, right? The Voron mantra is building space shuttles with garden tools, right? Because it doesn't take a lot. It's very basic tools, but you just have to take your time, work through it, double check things here and there. And, you know, people like Steve Builds and Nero, who could probably build these blindfolded, still look at the manual because they update the manuals occasionally. Right? You still have to do that. And I know Evil Diesel knows things like that because being in the military, you always gotta verify, trust but verify. Make sure measure multiple times. Make sure your measurements are accurate. Because if you're even slightly off, especially if you're doing something like I don't know, a satellite shot, a fraction of a degree change in the angle of a satellite dish when you're talking about a few hundred to 1,000 miles up to hit the satellite, you're off by a lot by the time that signal gets to the satellite. And you may still be hitting the satellite, but the signal to noise ratio is going to still cause you a lot of problems. Right? Yeah. Okay. Problem experienced between keyboard and problem experience between keyboard and computer. Yeah, EBCAC. Yeah, PEBCAP, EBCAC, ID10T error. PML, PMIL, yeah. Or were you referring to PMEL, PML, being the folks that had to go and calibrate everything all the time? They had to go in and routinely recalibrate things. Okay, so we've got the shaft started. Next thing up is we're going to show you guys this. Now we're going to build our shafts out. And yeah, so we start, and this is why it was critical to get that 33 millimeter gap, because now is where we start building out the rest of these bearings. So we're going to have two M5 shims. So we'll grab our M5 shims here. Need two of them. One, two shims. We'll need two of our non-flanged bearings, or actually only three of them. So we need our non-flanged bearings. So we've got our tooth pulley, two shims, bearing, two more shims, our big pulley, and let's do ourselves a favor and try and line up our rotational axes so that if we ever have to go in and loosen these, retighten them or something, at least the set screws are lined up rather than being closing. Against the flat. Sure it's pushed down and seated. And in the right orientation. I was about to put that in the wrong way. Want it with smaller side to the inside of your bearings. This orient. Bigger one on the. Again, line up your. When I say I'm trying to line up the set screws, I want to make sure that my set screws, two pulleys, are lined up. So that if I ever have to go in here and loosen or tighten one, I should be able to get both of them at the same time without keep rotating around. I'll be close. Okay, we get that on there, and then we need another bearing on this end. And we'll go on and I'll have a little bit of gap. I believe it's going to end up at the end. There will be a bearing on this end without any shim. So I've got one set there. I'm going to do all four, and then we'll go on to the next step here. So pulley, two shims. Once again, these are the 9 millimeter pulleys. Bearing, two more shims. Then our larger pulley with the tooth part of the pulley facing out. Try and line up our set screws so that it's maintenance a little bit easier. At least the flat ones. Push it down to hold that stack together. Use the correct size driver. That will work a lot. Tighten the one up against the flat. Tighten the other one up against the round edge. Bring on either side. It'll join its frame. Between keyboard and chair. Yeah, we had all kinds of them. When people started figuring out the derogatory statements, we just changed up the acronym a little bit to throw them off. Because eventually officers do realize you're talking crap about them. We just figure out new ways of talking crap about them without using it. Oh. Oh, yeah. There are good comm officers and there are very, very bad comm officers. Very few are the middle ground. Okay, so all 4 of our pulley stacks have been built. We'll go ahead and calipers to the side for the time being. We will need them again, sure. Next up in our manual, check your work, definitely. And look at it, make sure that everything seems to be in the right order. They are. We did all 4 of them the same way, so it should be good. Now we're going to add our belts. These are the closed loop belts that came in our motion kit. And I will say it is pretty critical that you add these belts, because if you don't, you're going to be taking things apart again. So you're just going to loop them over your larger pulleys. If you've got really, really bad OCD, you can make sure and line up the your gates belts so that they're all put on. You know, the words are all in the same direction. I may have gotten that. Oh, one was off. So whether they're visible and readable or not, you know, at least they're all the same direction so you can sleep well at night. It's the little things. I don't know. It may actually increase the speed. You never know. So belts are set on there. And now we're going to take the thin piece. Each set right here, seen in the top left. And we're going to take one of our drive units, set it down in there. Our belt will just push down in there so the belt's coming out the bottom. We're seeing, and this is where you'll play with your bearings just a little bit so that you'll get the right spacing and they'll drop in just like that. Everything works, everything runs smoothly. You're looking for just a smooth, even movement as bearings are all lined up and your bearings are supporting the shaft and the pulley. What I'm going to do is, rather than do all 4 like that, I'm just going to flip to the next page because we're going to need to put a top on this. So I've got oriented like that. So I will need a top like this, where I've got my 2 heat sets and 2 large holes on that side. That's going to line up right over the top and go on. If everything goes right, it should fit nice and snug. We're going to put 6 M3x40 screws in here. Set that down. M3x40. Bucketed screw. Those are in 5x40. 3x40. Two. And these should just go straight down in there. If your tolerances are off, you may have to open these holes up. Like I said, if they are straight through holes, you can do it with a drill, or what I prefer to do is take a straight edge reamer and by hand clean those holes up, because one, it's going to make it perfectly round, and two, um, if it's a recessed pocket, not a through hole, it will hit the bottom of the pocket. You'll know you got to the bottom of the pocket. If you're using a drill, it's very easy to drill right through the part, and now you're reprinting again. So just be careful. So what I'm doing is I'm just tightening up, kind of like we did on the linear rails. I'm going to snug these down just a little bit, not fully tighten them. Just get them snug all the way around, and then I'll come back and start tightening them down. I'm just applying light twisting, so when I hit, I'll say resistance, that tells me, okay, boom, stop. Now we're going to go ahead and start tightening them down. And this is going to be about a quarter turn. Once again, you don't want to ugga these down, because you could crack the part, and then you're back to printing new parts. Hey man, Cat, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I appreciate that, my friend. And once again, make sure that everything is still turning well. And it is. So there's one motor done. So we'll grab the next motor, grab the next shaft assembly, set it down on there. The center should line up in the gap. And then we'll just pull the other bearings to make sure they fall into the gap. We'll push our belt through. You'll see that everything rolls smoothly on those bearings. So we'll just kind of hold the belt loop with our finger, and we'll find the next piece that lines up and just goes straight down over the top. Bada bing, bada boom. Need 6 more of our M3x40s. Should just drop into place or drop on the table. Sorry about that. So Fat Boy, the build's going pretty good. It's been, it seems a little tedious, because it's like, oh, do this one thing like 4 times, or do this one thing 5 or 6 times. But really, the build's going really nice. All these parts are beautifully printed, because of course they came out of the Voron PIF program. So they're all very nicely printed. Everything is fit nicely. I applied the heat set inserts for some of these. off stream just to make sure that it could streamline and go a little bit faster. I am going to have to start putting in some heat set inserts down the road here, but I just figured this would help get us moving and make some progress quicker. All right, so I've got them all down there. I'm just going to go through and apply a little bit, not a lot, because we don't want to crack the parts. Just want to go ahead and get maybe half a nugget in there. Start the inside, work our way out. Then I'm just going to rotate and make sure that everything still moves nice and easy. Which it does. So we got a second motor done. Just keep going. Grab a part, make sure our bearing doesn't fall off of it. Up through. Bearing again. And then it's just a matter of lining up the bearings in the pockets. And everything falls into place and everything. Loop down with one of your top plate on. 6 more screws. The build time depends. If you're building it straight and like I said, if you're not getting distracted and you're just going through and building it, 2 to 3 days. This is a good weekend project if you've got all your parts done, you've read the manual through on, Thursday or Friday. Just go through and read the manual front to back. And I would probably say go ahead and read through the manual front to back. Understand the build and what it entails, right? Then come back and go through the manual a second time and look for where you need to put in your heat set inserts and get your heat set inserts in. Just do them all at one time. That way you've touched the parts that are going to need them. You've been through the manual a couple of times, so you're aware of what you're doing and what's coming up. And then start the build, right? Sit there on Saturday, get some snackies, get some coffee or beverage of choice, and start doing the build. And it goes fairly quickly. Streaming wise, it'll run a lot longer because I stop to flip back and forth. I'm trying to show you guys things to be aware of. Provide a little bit of education in the process here. And some of these call outs that I'm making are in the manual. Some of the call outs are things that I have learned and gleaned from watching others do their builds and some of their little tips and tricks and tidbits. Like lubing the rails. I could have lubed the carriages on the linear rails off the stream and then perfectly, that would have saved a bunch of time. However, it's always good to present information to the viewers so that they have, you guys can gain some knowledge as well. So you can go through there, start working on it, and if you encounter problems, you may be able to go, okay, that was in, I think I remember this part in a Nero video or a Steve Builds video or a Digital Dragon video. Let me go look at those, and you can go and look at that area and figure out what you need to look at to try and fix things. So what I'm doing is I'm just making sure they're seated in the right spot. Whoops. Just making sure that they're seated in the right spot, that they're moving, right? Everything's moving fairly slowly. I pull that belt through with one of my other fingers just to hold it tight and out of the way. I put the part on. Now I can let go of the belt because the part's on and I know I didn't capture the belt in the part. Grab my screws and get them in there. And they should go all the way down to We both printed parts. Give me 1 second, folks. Hold on 1 second, please. Sorry about that, folks. Normally, I would not answer a phone call during the stream, but that was my brother. His younger daughter got in a head-on collision last night, driving her brand new Jeep that she had not even made a payment on yet. It was not her fault. She was sitting in the turn lane, and somebody cut the corner of the turn lane and hit her head on, and did it at speed. So apparently they were probably trying to make a light and took it too fast, cut it too sharp, and hit her head on and actually knocked her into the ditch. And she broke her arm in like 3 places. So I got that update this morning. I'm trying to find out if, she's, I believe, back home. I think they set her arm and put her in a hard cast at the hospital, but they're she's got to get with an orthopedic surgeon to figure out if they're going to have to do surgery on her arm to plate it up and stuff like that. But got things aligned, same thing. We're just going to tighten these down, not too tight, just giving it a little bit, maybe half an ugga because we don't want to crack a printed part. And we're just going to make sure that everything still moves freely. Pull the belt tight, set it to the side. Exactly. And from what I got this morning, she was a little shaky at the site, but she was okay. Her arm was broken. She had burns from, the seatbelt, of course, from slamming in the seatbelt and from the airbag deploying. And they asked her if she felt like she could wait for the next ambulance, and she said, sure, no problem. Apparently, the driver in the other vehicle was ejected through the front windshield when they hit her. So I would say they're probably worse off than she is. So, she's okay, but she's shaken up. And like I said, it was a brand new Jeep. I don't know what kind of Jeep she had, but it was a brand new Jeep, and she hadn't even made her first payment on it yet. So that sucks. But like you said, bones heal. Cars can be replaced. It's an inconvenience, but they can be replaced. The good thing is that she's safe and sound. Okay, so we've got our 4 motor pieces put together. Now we're going to move on to adding our bottom pieces. Right? Let me switch back over here. So we're going to add our bottom pieces. So what we're going to do is trying to do is find the right motor assembly. There we go. That's the one. Okay. Well, no. There we go. That's the one. So we've got this is the front of the part. Put that over here. You're going to see the pulley and the arrows over here. That tells us that this is going to be what it's up in the drawing, but this is the bottom. So we're going to take one of our feet, which is an accent part. The little part here denotes an accent. Okay. So we've got this kind of lined up. And one thing I'm going to do is go through and put our M5 nuts in. So all 4 parts. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. and tolerances and these are good enough. They just drop right on in without a problem. The problem is they're not a snug fit. So when I flip them over, they may fall back out. So remind me, or it'll remind me when I drop them out. And the gap or the hole should line up with this big hole here. So there's going to be a gap in the part, and you need to find the right piece. When you flip it over, will line up with the holes and the hole there, so you can still get the M5 bolt on to mount this to the frame. These get mounted with M3x8 screws. Go ahead and sit those in place. Get those started and get the rest of them put in. Okay, so one motor with a foot, and we'll just go through and do the same thing on the other three. Once again, we're gonna find the spot that's got the 3 heat set inserts for it. We know there's a gap there. So we need to figure out which one of our parts. Oh, I was gonna drop one of those out. Line our part up, slide it on there, make sure the gap is in the right spot. When your screws started, don't tighten it down all the way because you might have to rotate it around to line the others up. Yeah, I mean, it happens. I don't know the backstory yet as to whether the person was maybe inebriated from Cinco de Mayo or what the deal is. Really don't care. At the end of the day, my niece is safe. Like I said, the car can be replaced, and she had gap coverage. Dear God, for the love of God, she finally listened. And when she bought a brand new vehicle, she did buy the gap coverage. So even if they total it, the gap coverage wipes out her full loan, and that'll be sweet. So she's not having, she's not out of car and 5, 10, 15, whatever she lost when she drove it off the lot. Right. Oh, Pez Liz, so you dropped the spool as well? I want to say I thought John Strand did that not too long ago when we started the stream, where he dropped the spool, had to work on getting it undone. And so because there's 2 and 2, they're mirror images of each other. These should be easy to just drop on and slide on, and they'll match. So we'll go ahead and do these two. Yeah, it'll be credit, insurance, and stuff like that, because that's the other thing is hopefully the other person has insurance, because if they don't, gap coverage is going to cover the car loan and help that out. But if the if the other person doesn't have insurance, then it's going to be on her insurance to cover her all of her medical and stuff. And then normally what happens is your insurance company, if the other person's at fault and they they don't have proper insurance, your insurance will normally cover it, and then they'll go after her insurance for the rest, or themselves for the rest. But the downside of that is that hurts your insurance rating in the long run because you were still in an accident. Um, and the chances are your insurance will still go up. Like I said, that's water under the bridge, and that's easy enough to figure out and cover. Now the other thing is whether or not her work, because she works on solar fields, like the big solar fields, and she works on the team that goes out and does either maintenance on them or goes out and does the final wire up. So somebody will go out and install the panels, and then they go out and do all the wiring and wire the panels in. It's whether or not they will be able to put her in a desk job for a while since she won't have use of her arm so she won't be able to be out in the field, or if she'll have to be on like long-term disability until the arm heals and she can go back out. But hey, Madcat USA, I believe I noticed when you popped in, but if I didn't, thank you for joining us today. Um, Once again, we are building a Voron 2.4, and you get to see that these were the printed forward parts that I won at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. So we've got Polymaker Purple ASA and Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Paint. The purple and pink build. Hey, Poondog, how are you doing? Thank you very much for joining in. We've been sitting here just building. We've got I put the frame together off stream. We've added the bed mounts and the underdeck. Now we're working on the motor assemblies. We've got the 4 motor assemblies put together, except for dun dun dun. It's going to tell me to actually get the motors prepped. I don't have the motors yet. The motor kit is supposed to show up today. It hasn't gotten here yet, so I can't do this part just yet, which means I can't put the mounts on and the pulleys on. So we'll have to come back to that later on in the stream hopefully when the motors do get here. And then it talks about we're going to start mounting them. I am going to go ahead and mount these 4 parts that we just got done, and we can add the motors on a little bit later because the motors themselves are friction fitted, and you'll see what I mean. We'll mount these parts using M5 T-nuts, and then the motors are a separate piece, and we'll hook the belt. We'll set the motors in there, and there is a rotational piece. So this piece acts as a cam, and as we rotate it, it will lock the motor in to the right tension for the belts. So we can hold off on the motor mount and actually physically putting the motors on till a little bit later when they arrive today. I just need to reach out to my wife if she's listening, and get her to be on the lookout for that package when it arrives. Sorry, I was gonna text my wife and I just saw a text from Evil Diesel. Um, I might have some. If not, later today after the stream, I can get some and drop them by your house. The thing, Mrs. Dragon. Okay, message sent. Hopefully she gets that. I don't know. Normally she's listening to music and she doesn't hear when a text pings. So fingers crossed. We'll hope that she gets them. But with that, we will go ahead and we've got these up. We're going to go ahead and get those mounted. Used all those bearings, so we'll toss that away. We've got this stuff over on the edge and out of the way. Got these here. So we should be able to set those right in the middle. And we're going to bring our frame back up. And once again, it's important. It does tell us which way to put it. So the front is facing towards me. So that's how I'm flipping it. So once again, guys, the front is towards me. That'll be a key because on our documentation here, oops, what we got here? Oh, thanks, Peslish. Yeah, I hope she'll recover pretty good. It's just, yeah, I think a little bit of the emotions and stuff like that. She's in her, oh, wow. Gotta try and do public math. I would say she's mid to late 20s, but I don't know if she's been in an accident so, before. So I've been through a couple of them. They're not as rough on me anymore, but I've had my share. Hey, Poondog, we're doing good. We've been going through on the 4.2 build, or excuse me, the Voron 2.4 build. Yep, we have the 4Z assembly, so it will be a Voron 2.4. I do have a Trident frame, and I also have a, what I will say is a scratch built frame that I need to drill the blind joints and tap and everything for a 0G mercury hydro build pipeline as well. The documentation that you are seeing that I am going through on the stream today is the manual from the GitHub for the Voron Design. So these are the manuals that would come with a standard scratch build. So with that, I'm going to flip back over to manual, up my chat a bit. So this is why it's critical that we know what the orientation is. So look at the picture for orientation. It is telling you that we're going to start with the front left, which we flipped it over. So it should be this corner first, right? And flip over. So it's telling us which corner, and you'll see in the bottom center, bottom left, that it is showing that it is this corner. Here's our den rails going the side. This is the corner we're working in. We're going to need 4 M5 T-nuts. And quite honestly, I'm only going to put 2 in. And that's because for the motor piece itself, I know I've got to wait on the motors, and these do not friction fit hold in there because this is a B stock frame. And if I go ahead and put them in, they'll rattle and slide and move around. So I'll just hold off. And looking at the picture, we want a motor that looks like this: pulley in the front, pulley towards the front, and the 2 up and down arrows in this towards the back on the side. We're going to set this in here, and what I'm going to do is just kind of look and line up the holes as best I can. It's pretty good. Set the part right on the corner so it lines up, and we use M5 by 40s to secure these in. 5x40s would take the 4mm driver. It's going that one. Yep. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and make sure I'm lining up on the edge. It's nice and square, which it is, I'll tighten these two down. And once again, I don't have the motor, but what I do know is that the opposing corners are going to be the same motor layout, right? Because they're opposites. So I'm going to pick this up, turn it 180 degrees, and I'm going to look for the motor that's going to mount in the same direction. So front of the motor, which has this shape to it, is towards me, and the two up and down arrows are going to be on the side. I'm going to just scoot this over to the side a bit, put in my two M5 nuts. Work on getting those lined up with holes as I can. Set the part over it. Have another couple of M5x40s. Drop them in. So I can see chat. Or let me scroll up in the chat. Oh, dog. Yep, Fat Boy. I won these parts. These are Voron PIF parts. I won these at RMRRRF. And then the frame, you'll notice down in the bottom left of the screen, there is a logo there for Tensor 3D. The frame is a B stock frame that they sold at a drastic discount. They still have some of these on their website for either the Voron or the Trident. The issue with these frames is that the holes at the end of the frame, right, the ones that are here at the end that you would use for the blind joints, are 5mm holes in the extrusion, which means you cannot tap them to M5 threads. So you have to tap them for M6 threads, which means you need some M6 by, I would say, 12s rather than the 16s. And they should go in, or you can go and get like M6 by 10s, because I'm not sure if the 12s would go in. I had to extend the tapped portion of my extrusions by hand because I went ahead and bought M6 by 16s because the manual calls for using M5 by 16, and they seem to be only tapped down to like an M10 or an M12 length. So I did have to tap them further because I wasn't going to order more bolts in an M6 size that I wouldn't use any other way. Hey Buff, how are you? Thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, I'm just going to go with Fuff for now. I'm not sure if I'm going to try and kill your screen handle there. I'm not making a fish tank. I am making a Voron 2.4 3D printer. So this will be a fixed bed that's mounted to the bottom and a flying gantry. So the gantry will move up and down where the bed stays at the bottom of this. Neil Diesel, you fixed your mounting issue. It was far too simple. I just sanded down the screws to fit between the bracket and linear rail cartridge. Okay, simple fix. Now, Evil Diesel, I will say, how long did it take you to get to the simple fix because you kept trying to do a hard fix? Mad Cat, really want to build your own printer, not necessarily a Voron, but I'm not certain what size extrusions I should be looking for. Found some on AliExpress that seem reasonable cost-wise, but I'm not sure if buying some 500 millimeter will be long enough. I want them long enough that I can cut down to what I need. So, Mad Cat, here's the thing. If you're getting things from AliExpress or if you're getting things from Amazon, look at the pictures. At least one of the pictures should show the cross section of the extrusion. And I can almost guarantee that if you look at the cross section and you see the hole size listed for the hole at the end of the extrusion, it's going to list 5 millimeter, which means you're tapping those at 6 millimeters for any blind joints you're using. And it's just something to be aware of, right? Also, the same thing like this frame here. I'm not sure where Tensor sources their frames. This frame has been, it's perfectly square. I haven't found any twists in the frame. I put it together. Like I said, I squared everything up downstairs on a granite marble countertop. I can't remember which one I've got in this house. And the cross measurements, you know, opposite corners on each face, check those measurements. They're all square. They're all spot on. So the frames themselves are really good. They were selling them as B stock simply because the end holes on the extrusion, or the inside hole of the extrusion, is a M6. You have to tap for M6, not M5. And the depth of the channels are a little bit out of spec. They're a little bit too deep, which means your spring-loaded T-nuts that we have here, the roll-in spring-loaded T-nuts, don't spring and have the tension to hold in place, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, if you've worked on a Creality frame, you know that's going to be the case. So it's just something you can plan for, and you don't think twice about it. And I put these nuts on the wrong side, so you would put 2 nuts on the front and 2 nuts on the side, and the front ones get used for the motors, which I don't have yet. They're supposed to be delivered today. So that's what I was doing earlier, was texting my wife to say, hey, be on the lookout for package delivery or the mail. It could come either way. It was being drop shipped, and I don't know what method they were using. So when they get here, we will revert back and get those motors mounted and back on here. No worries, Puff. Like I said, I'm just not going to try and pronounce your screen handle and mess it up. And yeah, we're a 3D printing channel. So we build 3D prints here, or printers, and we do 3D prints. We do things and like I do things like Warhammer 40,000 cosplay helmets. And these are wearable helmets. So this is a Space Marine chaplain's helmet. I still need to do the eye lenses for it and put some padding in there for my noggin. But it does fit. And it fits nicely. These seem to be pretty big hits. This is the one that I was printing. It has not been looped or glued together yet. It is the top dome, this front visor, and the bottom section are different prints. And this was a really, like, I had to really move some things around to get it lined up appropriately. But I still need to glue this one together and start getting the accoutrement pieces done up for it. But we have been doing some helmets. I do have some Galactic Armory Star Wars helmets that are prepped in the queue to start printing downstairs on the 0G Mercury 1. So we will be doing some of those. But yeah. So I'm going to set this one on here like I did before. I'm going to line up the holes. Set the motor right on the frame. Grab my 2 M5x40s and drop them down there. And tighten those up. Yeah, well, I'm not as old as Sleepy Joe, Buff, but I get it. I'm an older guy. I got a little bit of a gravelly voice. We'll just turn it around and we'll do the last motor mount, and we'll have we'll have our 4 Z motor pulleys in place. I also don't, like I said, don't have the feet, the right feet. Amazon decided to tell me that they're going to be delayed. So knowing my luck, they'll show up tomorrow or Monday. But we'll just work around that. That's no big deal. I don't think we need the rubber feet on it just yet. Get this lined up. We'll move the place, get that in place. Drop the 2 M5x40s. Hey, Pete Slavis, how are you doing, my friend? Who else? I thought somebody else, Major Gamer Geek. How are you doing this morning, my friend? It was great meeting you at RMRRF as well. We are building the Voron 2.4 using the printed forward parts that I won at RMRRF. So these are printed in Polymaker Purple ASA and Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Pink. And I had some of the purple on hand because it's the color that I used when I printed parts for Osita Craft. And I did order some more, a spool of the Sparkle Fluorescent Pink from Sparta 3D because I knew that there were going to be some accent parts in the skirts and stuff because the kit comes with the functional printer part. Okay. What that means is everything to make the printer come together and push plastic. It means there's no skirts. So there is a skirt, and it's the one that the power switch connects into. Right? That's the only one. All the rest of the skirts I have to print myself. The panel brackets I'm going to have to print myself as well. So I'm going to have to get started on printing those because once we get to that point and we start putting the panels on, I'm going to need them. So I'll have to print those on the V01 over in the corner. Okay, nice. You got some Galaxy ABS last weekend. Sweet. So I'm going to take this and just set it off the table for a moment. So you may see a stack right here. That's 4 rolls of Galaxy dark gray. 3 Galaxy Dark Blue, a pop blue, 2 pop pinks. Then next to it, I've got Sparta 3D, Sparkle Old Copper, 2 Sparkle Fluorescent Red, and a Sparkle Fluorescent Pink. And then some KVP Stellar Blue. And I just printed out the first set of accent parts for the scratch built 0G I'm going to be doing. And the color scheme for that is the come on. Color scheme for that one is going to be the Galaxy Dark Gray, and Fluorescent Blue. This is going to be the color scheme for the 0G Mercury 1 Hydra. That will be enclosed using some files that are not released yet, and a scratch built frame. Like, I'm going to be drilling and tapping this myself. I did get Basumi to cut the lengths that I needed, but they didn't have the full cut sheets out, just the lengths. So I'm going to have to measure, punch, drill, and tap myself, which will be easy enough to do. And then I also have a frame for a Voron Trident build on hand as well. So that one will be coming down the pipe as well. Yeah, so we've got our, looking at our build manual here. We just installed all 4 of our Z motor pulley systems, pulley brackets. Next, it calls for installing the Z motors. I don't have those in yet. They are supposed to arrive today. So we'll hold off on mounting those and we'll come back to them. I can do that because they're mounted, they're not physically mounted to those pulley mounts that we just installed. Instead, they're mounted separately, and we use these accent pieces here as cam locks that will apply the right amount of pre-tension to the motors themselves and those closed loop belts. So we'll add those in as soon as those motors arrive today. And I also do not have the rubber feet. So we will add those rubber feet as soon as they come in. If they come in today via Amazon, we'll put them on today. If they show up tomorrow or Monday, then we'll put them on the next stream. This is telling us to do the all 4 pulley mounts, which we've done. And now we're going to start working on the idlers. So these will use these 4 parts here and these 4 parts. And we'll need some M3 nuts, which we have available. Oh, that sucks. Give me 1 second, folks. At some point, I'm going to glue that together. I stop doing. We need the M3 nuts, which are 4 of those. 4 M5 by Need 4 M3 by 16. Like I said, all of these screws are stainless steel screws, and they've been blackened, so it gives a very nice aesthetic. Got 4 of those. And we will need 5 by 30s here. 50 by 30. One of those, and those are button head versus socket head screws. And we'll need our GT20 9mm idlers. Okay, it's fairly simple operation. Start off, we'll follow the pictures. So we've got each one of these have little eyes on them. There's the angry idlers. We've got a tab on this on one side to the other one so that we can match the image. So we've got the tab to the right and the place for the M3 nut at the top. So we put the nut at the top. Should drop in easily, and if it doesn't, take your M3 screw, thread it in a bit, and push it down in there. Or I just hold it backwards and use it up, push it down in there. Need idler because our screw is going to come up through the bottom of the idler. So we'll put our M3 by 16 screw in there. Screw sitting up. Then going to take that and go straight up this way. So you're building slots right. Just take, you don't want to crank this all the way through. You just want it to where it's, I'll say where the threads are all the way through the nut top. That'll be good. It'll still be floppy around, but that's fine. We'll mount these in a couple minutes. And then looking at our angry eyes, we will put one of our 9mm roller bearing idlers there. We're going to bring our screw in from the right hand side, the side opposite the tab. It's going to be critical down the way. These are not going to fall in because these are threaded into plastic. So we just got to thread it in through the first part. Get our idler in there. And you thread in through the idler. We're going to thread that all the way through and it will go into the plastic on the opposite side. There are no washers or anything. There is a bit of a gap here. So the pulley will be able to slide back and forth. We want that ability to move. Just going to keep screwing this in until the head of that screw hits and we feel the change in tension as we're boom, done. Should be right at the end. You don't want to ugga-dugga this down because you're threading into the plastic. It will thread into plastic on this because there's not going to be a lot of load that way. The belts are going to come around here and hold down. There's going to be plenty of shear strength in there. We should be fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to flip it over and just set it down there, and that becomes my template for the rest. You are learning good. I am glad that what I am doing here is somewhat educational. Like I said, if you were building one of these yourself and you've built a couple of printers before, I would say read through the manual, read through it completely, front to back, read all the notes, learn about the build. Go through it a second time with the sole intent of going page by page and looking to see where you need to put in heat set inserts. And just find the right parts and put in your heat set insert. That helps you understand what parts what. You learn the parts, so it'll be easier to find when you start doing the build. And you can make sure that all your heat sets are done and out of the way, so you don't need to deal with your soldering iron and getting it in, getting it out, heating it up, the whole yards, right? And then you go through and you start doing your build. That would be my suggestion on how to go through and do a build like this a little easier. Those of you that are counting, first cup of coffee's done. We're moving over to the Yeti, which was brewed at 9 o'clock and it is still hot because Yeti. So we're going to take a next set of parts. Really doesn't matter. I can still go with the same one. We're going to put our M3 nut in at the top. Like I said, line it up. Take a screw and push it. It should go right in. Once it gets lined up, push it the rest of the way in with the head of the screw. Done. Tolerances on these are really, really good. So I'm looking at this one here, right? And I know the eyes and the top are away from me. Well, the eyes, if I look at the eyes, I rotate it up. There's my M3 screw. My nut, my M3 screw in here, and it's going to slide in this way to give me slots go through the eye hole. Then we're going to thread this in, 2.5 millimeter driver, just until the screws are all the way through the nut, so that the nut can't go away, and we've got plenty of full travel play here. That's fine. And once again, our bolt, head of the bolt, goes in opposite the tab here. Because what's going to happen is this tab is going to fit into the 2020 extrusion, and that's what's going to help it keep from rotating when you put it on the extrusion. Thread it into plastic the whole way. Let's get it started. Grab your 3 millimeter driver. Run it through till you start seeing the threads in the gap. Grab your other idler. Too far. Put your other idler on there. Just keep screwing the bolt through. Once again, we're screwing into plastic, so just keep going with that bolt until you feel it bottom out against the part and stop. No need to hugga this down. You don't want to close this gap up. You want that play in the idler because that's going to help with the belt alignment. Then we're just going to put that up there, and we've got another one done. Okay, Western One, thank you for the lurk. Are you still at the vet or did you make it back home? How's Sage doing? So we did that. We're going to press that in. We're going to take our bolt and put it in. Line that up so that bolt will go in direction. Meter driver. Just through the screw. Find our tab. That of our bolt is going to be on the opposite side from that tab. Go through just a little bit until we got just a little bit of thread showing. Now let us put our bearing in and it'll rest on there and line up. Let's work. Bring it the rest of the way in with our 3mm driver. Hey Ian Douglas, how are you doing, my friend? We are just doing our parts assembly here for Voron 2.4. We've got the frame together. We've got the base for the bed installed. And we just installed the Z motor pulleys, but we didn't install the Z motors yet because they haven't arrived yet. They're supposed to arrive today. So if they arrive and I'm still streaming, we will take a pause where we're at and we will go ahead and get those installed so we don't have to go back and revisit. Putting this M3 screw in just enough so that it catches the nut so it doesn't fall out. Find the tab. The bolt comes in from the opposite side of the tab. The Tradoon, which is, you know, you say Voron derivative. It's pretty much, it is a pre-built Voron. And like I said, it is a pre-build and it is, yeah, fully assembled. Pretty much what it is, fully assembled. But I think they only do it on a they only do the 2.4, right? They're not doing it on a Trident base. At least not yet. Uh-oh, to a delay message that it won't be in until, okay, well, I mean, that thanks that you gotta wait till Monday, but at this point, Major Gamer Geek, I am probably not going to build any more red shelves just because if I do, it's going to extend underneath the sorry for moving you guys. So if I were to extend my red shelves out, one, I would have to remove my IKEA SCADA's pegboard, but then it'll run right up underneath the this is the return air for this room, which means there's going to be good airflow right over and stuff right in that area, and it's going to make it harder to get back there to play with the thermostat. So I won't extend them that direction. Now, I'm not going to say that these shelves won't go away along with all of its clutter. And there may not be another one go over in that corner because, well, there's a whole lot of printers sitting on the floor that I can't put up on a shelf right now because I'm out of shelf space. Leveling the bed of your printer because you're looking at got you, Westry. Yeah, it's pretty much Voron 2.4 with an afterburner, no pie, no clipper. Yeah, a lot of people aren't including the pie these days just because they're super expensive, and the people that are getting like um Greg's Maker Corner is building a LDO V02 kit, and his kit came with the Raspberry Pi Zero, I believe, and something else. And he kind of did an initial build or an inventory, box opening and inventory. And LDO Jason was pretty quick to say the Pi Zero is not part of their package. It's going out to the influencers that are getting the kits that are kits, so that they can build it and then provide feedback and review. But they're not going to keep shipping them with all the kits unless you order it separately. I love my Voron V0. I printed 90% of the parts for my two Ender switch wires conversions on that printer. Parts that were too big were done over here on the corner here on my Ender 3 with a pop-up enclosure from Wham Bam Hotbox. And then the ABS parts for the D-Bot, which we're going to take apart, the ABS parts for the Bugaboo, the ABS parts for the Mercury 10G or 0G Mercury 1, both the existing 5 Plus build and the new scratch build were done on the V0. Anything that'll fit on the V0 has been printed on the V0. Oh, that would be great if Sony's working with them, Pete, because I'm still seeing the market where they're way, way over $100, and it's crazy. I've been, yeah, I hope, Pete, I really do. I just ordered two of the Big Tree Tech Pi boards, um, and I'm interested to see if one of them gets in time. I will put it on this build. If not, then I will grab one of my standard Raspberry Pi 3s and put on there, and just run it off the 5-volt power supply, like, just do it the whole 9 yards that way. Yeah, and it's going to be that way, Major Gamer Geek, because anytime they hit the shelves, people will go out and buy them, and even if there's a limit on them, they just basically use multiple addresses and stuff to order them, and then they turn around and put them on eBay and Amazon for like 7, 8, 900% markup. Oh, nice. Yeah, I can get on the Pi locator. I'm just like, eh. Okay. Got notified my sis is online now, so my sis being Western One is now live for her continuation stream. She's, I think, possibly still building Legos, and she was going to work on the shield and the bow that she was building. But where were we? Let's see the manual. We've got our idlers built. The next thing is we're going to install the idlers. And these are going on with M5 T-nuts and M5 by 30 button head screws. So orientation, once again, we're going to be paying attention to what's front and what's rear. I'm going to try and always set it so that front is towards me, right? And in our manual, oh, cool. Yeah, definitely lurk and go do that mock interview. I hope that goes over well. Pie shop in the US has 0Ws. Okay. I tell you what, you know, the 0Ws are good. I put a Banana Pie M2 on the Bugaboo, and that was great. So the Banana Pi M2 is comparable from a processor standpoint to the Raspberry Pi 3B. And other than needing to get a external, you know, antenna because it didn't come with it, it worked great. You know, install the base ambient image, you run Kaya. You can't run the Pi Imager on it to do a mainsail full build, but yeah, you can run it and get it installed very easily. So according to our manual, we're going to take our first idler and they mount on the sides, right? So this is where that notch comes into play, is you're going to mount it. You've got little tabs on the back here, which will key it into the extrusion. And then this tab is going to slide into the front extrusion. And so that's how it'll mount. And so that's what will give it some additional rigidity. You'll put your 2 bolts in, and that's going to keep it from rotating in place as well. So we'll put a couple of our M5 nuts, and I may have to lay this on the side. In fact, I will. Because 1, I think it'll give you guys a better camera angle. And 2, it would. I'm going to have to put it this way. Wheel you down this way. And I'm going to play with gravity because once again, these are a little loose in the rails. So trying to do it sitting angled up, I have a feeling I'd fight with the alignment. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to scoot these over here so I can make it easier. I'm going to try and line up the holes. Set that on top of it. Whoop. Grab my M5 by 30. Let me double check. 5 by 30. Yep, and 5 by 30s. Buttons, so these are the buttons. We'll line this up. Drop these in. Just going to try and get these to line up and bite. Get them to line up and bite. Get these lined up on the T-nuts. I'll back them off a little bit. And I'll just slide it into the corner, just like that. And that's where that tab locks in and just helps align everything. And we'll just tighten these down. Again, you don't want to like crank it down there and basically embed the screws in the plastic. You just want it to sit in there. And then we'll do the same thing on this side, just knowing that we need the piece where the eyes are looking forward at us and the tab will slide in. So that way we know we're putting the piece on right. I'm just going to set it next to it. Grab a couple of our M5 rolling T-nuts. Yeah, the 02s are powerful enough to run Clipper. A 0 will run Clipper, but a Pi 0 will not run Clipper in a manner where you can do like input shaping. So you would have to use like a Pi Pico dongle to do your input shaping, because the Pi Pico will do the math and return the results to the Pi Zero. You're going to do um, input shaping and you want to do it all on the same, then you would need a Pi Zero or Pi 02W, Pi 02, do it natively. Now, the other thing you can do is if you're going to be running a CAN bus toolboard, right, other than needing to have it connected, you can't like say run Pi Zero as your main MCU, because your CAN bus board will have its own MCU and we'll do input shaping on that MCU and report back to the Pi with the results. Okay, so we've got two sides in. Now we're going to do the flip. Make sure we flip it 180 degrees, because once again, front, back, which means this is a side, and our pieces come in from the side. We're just going to sit them here, get our rolling T-nuts and get those lined up. So what's everybody doing on this Saturday besides watching me do a build? You guys got anything going on yourselves? You building in the background? Are you trying to shirk lawn work like I am? Both these are lined up. Building in the background, wife won't let you move at all. I don't doubt it, Evil Diesel. I don't doubt it. If I was that sick, my wife would be doing the same thing. Now, are you working on the printers or are you working on code, or both? All right, just got those tightened up. I'm going to take this and slide it over in the corner, push it over with my thumb, and tighten them down. This way, down. Okay, working on the printer, Evil Diesel, removing the threading from my bracket. Okay. Saw this. Playing a Pi Zero from the Prusa. Yeah, Pi 02 works on your Prusa. In fact, the reason I have Pi Zeros available is because I swapped mine for Pi 02Ws, and they're running on my Mark IIIs. The Mark IV doesn't need it. It does have the built-in Wi-Fi, so you can run Wi-Fi on those without an issue. Why come in? Give me 1 second. Oh, I heard her come in, but she didn't want to answer me. 5.4 should be getting easier. CM4s are still being prioritized for integrators. Yeah. And really, I mean, if I'm going to do something with the CM module, I just use a CB1. It's, unless you have to use a Pi, I would just use the CB1. They're fairly cheap, and the CM4s get expensive real fast depending on which things you go on. Yeah, and scalper prices still. So we've got our idlers put on. Make sure they're pressed tightly into the corner before tightening, which we did. You have the orientation. So once again, front here. So these are at the top and on the sides. Okay. Idlers in the sides facing inward. Tells us to do remaining 4. And it says the first design released under the name Voron was the Voron geared extruder that was on January 28th, 2015. That turned into the M4. Now this is where I will deviate. It's going to tell me to mount the bed. I am going to hold off on mounting the bed for a while, simply because it adds a lot of weight to the printer. And I know I'm going to be flipping this thing over and over again. So I'm going to hold off on doing the bed for a little while longer. If I get the gantry in and stuff like that, then add the bed in. So that is a for definite. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to unscrew it over here, undo the play goose, bring it over here, set it in place. I already have the magnet on. I already have the heater applied. I already have that in place, a ground cable on it. It's all ready to be moved over and mounted. And I'm just going to wait and do that another day. Because this is already starting to get a little chunky. Move that off, and we are going to be going into a new packet. We're going to keep these over here on the side because these are for our actual motors. We will work on those once we get to them. We'll be working on the gantry, so we'll grab the bag that has the gantry, DN stop, nozzle probe, Z-chain, electronics, and miscellaneous tools, which I already pulled most of the miscellaneous tools out. This has some parts that are specific to the LDO and FormBot kit. May or may not need any of these. Set them to the side for now. Come across and need them, we'll use them. This is that one skirt I was telling you about that has the power inlets for it. This is the only one that they print because it's required for safety of the printer. Just dump this out. See what all we have. So things will go back in. We've got our this is the spool holder. Put that back in. The different DIN rail mounts and DIN mount. Put those back in. These are gantry pieces. These are the gantry mounts. These will actually mount to the trucks or the carriages on the linear rails. All I'm doing is just trying to match up parts that look alike right now. It'll make it easier to identify. So you'll have 4 parts that will have M5 holes and belt clips on them. And then you're going to have 4 parts that'll have an M5 and an M3 hole with belt clips. So set those to the side as well. this would be for sex bolt or the ZN stop, which I don't think we're going to need or use because I'm going to use a Voron tap. I believe that gets rid of the ZN stop and the inductive probe. You just use the nozzle bed probing. I'll actually both use bed probe. Now, filter set aside. Well, these might. Four X lower joints, 3 joint upper. Belt lower clip and sure the accent pieces. Joint upper hull. We'll set those ones aside, and if we need them, we'll grab them when we get there. I have a feeling we need something else from one of the other packs. The AB drive units that'll be in here. So grab some more. So I think some of these parts become the Geidler pieces. No, I think the Geidler pieces and stuff are going to be front idlers, AB drive units, the XY joints. So those will be. These will come. So it says we're going to be working on the A and B drive units and the B dialers. Here's some parts prep where we will need heat set inserts. So we'll get some parts pulled out here. What I'm going to do is just try and get these put together. These two are different, these two are the same. So these two somehow. Voron logo. So that's a set, which means this will be a set. Set. This is a set. We have the logos, and then we have a spacer lip. And those should be. So that would be. I'll have to look at. Just on. Looking. See what's. Hole. Do is try and here. Got our little bump out right. Those. looking for accent pieces. 2 accent pieces. And high one low where the where it rises. These are the 2 spots for our whatchamacallit, heat set inserts. I'm going to try and get heat set insert stuff set up over here. See a little bit more. Open up our jigs and tools. Here, so wait, that insert. Got 4 to do right now. So subsector, I did not print these parts. And I do not work for Big Tree Tech. I use a lot of Big Tree Tech. Yeah, like I said, the CB1 is not as fast or powerful as a CM4 or a Pi 4. It's more along the lines of a 3B. And that's because of my own personal usage of it that I have that knowledge and awareness. I don't work for Big Tree Tech. I have tried to reach out to Big Tree Tech to say, hey, would you be willing to give me a board or 2 that I can use in some builds? And to date, that's been no. I haven't got a response from them. So I am building all this stuff with my own money. We're going to put this heat set. And what I do is I drop them down in there almost all the way. And then I push them up against the edge of my desk here because this is metal. And 1, it assures that it goes in flush and straight. And then 2, well, it turns into a big metal heat sink, right? So, oh, wrong loop. Gotcha. Can't get decent tech support from them. No, I don't have an N, but what issue are you having? You need tech support. No, DB3D Dan was getting some stuff from them at one point, but I haven't been able to breach that bastion yet. Those 2 in, and we're going to set these 2 parts. The way down, push it flat up against my table. Plug it. Probably sit over here because I like to burn myself. So we've got those 2 things. So subsector, no, I did not print these parts. All of the parts that I'm using right now, printed wise, were from a PIF kit, a printed forward kit that I won at RMRRRF on the last day. I kind of really wanted the red and blue, but the person they gave out 6 kits, and the guy that won the 4th kit grabbed the red and blue. And I was like, dang it, that's what I really wanted. and I was the last winner. And so I was down to two choices, and I think it was like green and natural or the pink and purple, and I went with the pink and purple. And the other one, I think they were going to give to a younger generation, you know, like a younger kid. Um, if they were interested in doing a build, they were going to basically hand them a set of parts, get them started. So you can't get a TFT 35 SPI to work with the Manta 3 EZ CM4. Reaching out to them like shy. Yeah, I sent an email to their, I think to their media, what, and I've never gotten a response back. Or if they did respond, one of my 3 spam filters caught it and said, But I'd have to take a look at that because I don't have that set up. I don't use a CM4, and I've never played with the Manta E3 EZ. But with that, yeah, the SPI connection is driven by the host, not the MCU. Is that correct? See, we've got a couple of M5 nuts that also go into these parts here, like the rest. They see if they fit in and stay in. If they fit in and they fall right back out, then we'll hold off and we'll put those in a tad bit later. And those are just going to fall right back out, so we'll have to remember to put those in when we. Let's see if we've got any. And apparently we don't, so we'll go ahead and we'll set these out so that we know that we've got to use them. And see what we're looking for. So once again, any part in the manual that is an accent part, in this case my accent is the sparkle pink, would have a Voron heart symbol like we saw on these two pieces here. These would be the accent parts. So I know that I'm looking for in this case, the pink parts, and I'm just trying to find the one that matches. So this one right here, I have a Voron logo here. I've got a tab with the one big, one small. Okay. And so I'm going to look at it this way where I have the Voron logo on this side. Got a little raised piece in the front, and I've got a recess back here. So this tells me it's this joint in this orientation. So I'm going to set that down in front of me. It tells me to use an M5 by 40. Just this. And really what we're using this for is just to build the bearing stack. And then I believe we will push this out afterwards. So the bearing, it goes through the slot in the part. We're just going to put it in there. We'll set it down on the table. We'll need an M5 shim. We'll get into our flange bearings. Once again, these are Palge hybrid flange bearings. So they're was it 440C stainless steel with we've actually got ceramic balls in them. So these are a little more higher end, and we put in a bearing the opposite direction where the flange is facing up. We'll put another shim on, and that's it. It's just a one step. And then we're going to use the other part that's going to clamshell on top of it. And that part is going to be believe, a thinner version that we have here. So it's got the other half of a bolt hole. It's got the two slots in the top, and it's got the M5. Got the two M5, where this one had an M5 and an M3. So this is going to slot over the top, and it also has a recess here that will go over the recess part here, and it's got a standout that'll key in with that one. So that's where you know your parts are right, and they'll key into each other, and they'll snap together. Okay? And then we'll take we now squished our bearing stack together. Supposedly we can remove that. It does move a little bit, so I'm going to hold off just a second. We're going to hold it with this area open and our belt tensioners towards the back. And this is where we bring in our other piece. You'll notice I want the piece where the push out with the heat set is facing towards this way. So it's going to go on like that. And we need to get our M5 nut in here. Have to hold that in the bottom. This is where we're going to need like 15 hands. And our another M5 by 40 bolt is going to come in from the top. And what we're basically going to do is I'm going to try and hold this as straight as I can and pull one bolt out. Start the other bolt. Get this in place over the top of that area. Run the bolt down through the top. That bearing stack that we just put in place. Hopefully I can get everything lined up and keep everything lined up. There we go. Bolt comes out the bottom. That bearing stack is moving. One piece. So we got that in there right. What I'm going to do is then take the M5 nut that keeps falling out, stick it on the bottom, push it through. Then I will get my M4 for this because it's socket headed. M4, and I'm just going to, for now, tighten it until I feel the threads come to the end of the bolt. I don't really need to ugga this down at this point. I'm just going to tighten it. And I want to make sure that it still moves in that slot freely. Okay. That's one done. That's one idler. And this is going to be the A idler, which will be on this side. So we will. So I'm trying to lay this out in the way it'll be done. So this is the A idler. It shows it kind of in that area, but I know that this is going to go over the extrusion. This will go on the inside, so I'm going to set it just like that. One idler down, and we'll switch over. Well, I thought one idler down. Apparently, I need to add the tensioning bolt, which is a M3 washer and an M3 by 40. Jump over and check chat real fast. Hey, Polar Filament, how are you doing, my friend? Thank you for joining us today. Yeah, and I don't know if Big Tree Tech was like out at Rapid TCT or anything like that. I don't know, but yeah, just keep trying to reach out to them. So I need my M3 by 40, or was that M3 by 3 by 40s? And my M3 washers. One of those. One washer, one M3 by 40. Probably is. 40. Get a washer on there. And what this is going to do is this is going to be the tensioning mechanism for the front idler. So we're going through this printing part and most of the way through this printing part and into that heat set insert. And so once again, we don't want to tighten this all the way down. We basically just want to get it where it's starting to thread into the heat set inserts. And that'll be good because it's going to end up down here. So it's fine. I mean, we'll go ahead. We'll thread in the rest of the way and it will thread into plastic at the far end. So we just need to just make sure that it has full travel motion. So basically just snug it to where it's touching the plastic. That's your idler right. So next thing is we're going to most likely repeat that same thing for the other side. Oh, we're going to do a check. So what we're going to check is when we've got it like this, we've got teeth at the top with the 2 M5 holes. The bottom we're going to have an M5 and an M3. Teeth are on the other side. Full of grooves. We'll have the bearing. We'll have the screw head at the top. And we have a screw head on the left side. So 5.5, 5.3, 5mm screw head at the top, roller bearing at the top, and our screw coming in at the Voron logo. So we have now checked this one was assembled correctly. Now we're going to do the B idler, which is the other side. And we start off with the thinner piece that has the raised edge for the curved area and the slot back here for the mating surfaces. So this will have the M5 and the M3 bolts in. So that's how we're going to build our bearing stacks. We're going to take an M5 by 40, stick it up through the slot, through the old slot. Then it's 5mm shim, bearing with the flange side down, bearing with the flange side up, another M5 shim. And we'll take the mating part, put it over there, and the part should be able to give you a fairly satisfying click together as the parts mesh together. Okay. All right, Evil Diesel, get some rest, dude. And if I find those things, I will bring them over. Okay, I'll have to look for those once I'm done with the stream, and I'll let you know, and I'll bring them over and drop them off at your door. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use the other piece. And once again, the screw is going to come in at the front where the Voron logo is. So that means my heat set insert and the bump out on the part needs to be facing towards the back. Okay. So what I'm going to do is need to take this M5 by 40 out. Double, triple, quadruple check that. Part bolt back in there. Flip it 90 degrees so that the Voron logo and the hole is facing me. I'm going to pull this out from the bottom, keep everything lined up, which I obviously did not do. So let me take this apart and we'll try again after finding the part. So we've got shim, flange bearing, shim, other printed part, and make sure we're aligned in the right way. And I like how it says pull this out and then put the other one in. You have to keep that really straight. Pull this out. Take your printed part. Slide it over the top, bottoms. Slide it over there. Try and line everything back. Dropping any. I just did. So, theory sounds good. When Nero did this, he actually used a 5mm dowel pin. Because then you can press the dowel pin out. And I just realized I think this is a 5. As long as I don't have to sand this down, I may be able to use this. Nice. So we're going to get that in the slot. Just hold it there with our finger. Do a shim, flange against the shim, flange away from the previous shim, shim, the other part, which once again will clip together. Nice thing is you should hopefully, in theory, possibly, maybe, do not get this over the top of it. We're not. It's not going to. It's still too. So we're going to get it kind of in the right area over on the side. We're going to pop the pin through. I'm doing this backwards, so it's coming bottom top. Yay! Oh! I can make that work because I've seen my. See my tweezers. Get that. So you should be able to do the bearing stack like I did the first time, but for whatever reason, my hands are like now deciding not to work and make things on me. So try this one more time. The thing here is if you had a dowel pin that was the right size that would fit between the purple plastic pieces and not extend beyond, then you would be able to clamp it shut like that. But the problem is you need to get this piece over it. Well, the problem is that bolt extends top and bottom, and it needs to go through this piece. So there's no way of really doing it without pulling that bolt out. But if you had a flange bearing, or not a flange bearing, a dowel pin that was the right size, set it over, smooth. I am planning on going to both Murph and Earth Major Gamer Geek. I will have this printer. It will be built and done by then, and maybe some others that I will be bringing with me. Tensor themselves will not be at that show. I've already reached out and asked them about that. They said that they will not be making it. So, this next. Okay, finally, success. Another M5. That was painful. Tighten that. Make sure it still moves side to side. Else is moving with it. We need another M3 by 40 and an M3 washer. Yes, so the plan is that me and Evil Diesel are going to roll up to Murph. We've already got the hotel booked, and we're going to bring a bunch of printers and at least a battle racer and most likely a dragster as well. I can get them printed out. Yeah, if you're thinking of a small printer to fly with, it would be, maybe like a Rook or something like that. I have seen some people that have developed, I was going to say flyaway kits because military images popped out. But, like Pelican cases that they can put the small printer in. I want to say Ellie Rose actually sent her Cocoa Press printer that way. And once again, as I'm putting this in, I need to be sure that I'm going through plastic on this side, and then it'll go into the set insert on the other side. And that way, as I start to put this in and tension it, it will pull this piece forward, which will make it a, the tensioning mechanism. Make sure it's fully loosened. Slide back and forth. And so, A side, this is a B side. Going to B side. Going to double check the build. B02 or Bugaboo or something. Yeah, a Bugaboo, a Rook, a B02. They should all work. And Ellie took a Cocoa Press and a fly out Pelican case and just cut foam for around it. And that's basically a V01, V02 size printer. So in this case, Voron logo screw is under the logo on the side. So we're going to look, and we've got M5 screw holes at the top, the M5 by 3 at the bottom, screw coming in from the top, screw coming in bottom right of the Voron logo, and our bearing is at the bottom. So we've got a successful B idler now. Not there. Now we'll start putting together the A drive. And looking at the A drive, that'll be the part that we just put a couple of heat set inserts, because in the drawing, you'll see a couple of heat set inserts and you'll see this bigger cutout. So that'll be this cutout here we got. And so we're going to start just the top half. We're going to put some M5 by 30 button head screws in. Interestingly, it says M5 by 30 button head, but I'm not seeing 5 by 30 button heads. I got M5 by 30 socket. Oh, my bad. M5 by 30 button heads. So grab a couple of these. Drop them in the back rightmost hole, the one where there's a little notch out motor mount. Flip that over and we're going to build our flange stacks. And on the left side, we're going to have one flange stack. On the right side, we'll have two. Flange stacks are always shim, flange down, flange up, and another shim. That's our single stack. Next side is shim, flange side of the bearing down, flange side of the bearing up, another shim, one flange stack done. Next flange stack goes right on top. So we're going to need another shim, flange bearing, flange side down, side up, and another shim. Then we're going to take the other side, flip it over, make sure that we've got our raised areas here, just kind of making sure that everything's up. Drawing, which it is. Line that up and set it down on our two bearing. Just like that. Then we're going to tighten these, and they're going to thread into plastic, so don't over tighten them. These will be our 3mm wrench. Once again, I'm feeling underneath. I'm feeling the hole underneath, and I'm also feeling tension as it hits the top. It's about right there. Same thing on this side. So I can feel that the thread's coming right to the edge of the part on the bottom side. Top side is just touching, and I'm feeling the change in resistance. You want to make sure that your bearings, all of them, are still rotating freely, and that's motor side. Now it's going to tell me to go and do motors, which again, I don't have motors. So right now we're going to set that just on the side. Grab the other one, out the motors, check the pulleys, check your work, and then start the other side. The other side, the top, we've got belt tie down area. Got this little kind of squared off oval motor mount area. So that's where we're going to grab two more M5 by 30 button head screws. Again, one in the back left, one where the little notch out for the motor's at. Take it, flip it over, and put it on the And 2 bearing stacks in the back corner, 1 in the front corner. Switch back over here and see if we've got anything else. So polar filament, are you working on anything these days other than filament? And are you going to Midwest Rep Festival this year? Might not see who else is sitting here in the chat. Got a couple more of these out. So got our shims. We're going to do a flange bearing down, flange bearing up, bearing down, bearing flange up. A couple more shims. And we need to do another one on this side. So we'll need your shim. Flange side down, side up, shim. We've got our bearing stack set up. Take this and flip it over on top and open it up. Because I was sticking in the wrong spot. Line it up and then we flip it over. And these parts do get done into plastic again. So once again, we're going to tighten these up, and I'm going to put my finger right on the side where the screw head's going to, or the screw's going to come out, so I can feel it as it reaches the bottom of that hole, as well as at the top. Feel it get snug, and boom, I'm done. Don't want to over torque these, because if you over torque them, 1, you're going to compress the bearings and they may not roll smoothly. 2, you may crack the parts. Once again, you're going into threads, or you're threading into the plastic. And you also stand the chance of shearing out the plastic when you thread into it. And now you've got an issue where you don't have any bite left in your screws. And you basically made the hole, a through hole. All of our bearings are still moving very, very nicely. So that would be B side, once again without motor, because I don't have the motors yet. Yeah, I get you, Major Gamer Geek. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna disconnect. It's starting to get hot here, so I need to go make sure the AC is turned. Second. Yeah, when you don't pay attention and all of a sudden you're like, man, it's getting hot. I'm starting to sweat. And you go over and you look and it's 80 degrees in the room because you haven't been paying attention. Sorry, I'm going to grab something to a quick bite real fast. My wife, before streams, always brings me Dunkin's. So I have coffee and some donuts. I did have my standard breakfast, so this is a snacky snack. Second, gnaw on your ear. Okay, let's continue on. We did that. We wants us to set the motor pulley and mount the motor, which we can't do just yet. I may have to go on a be right back and run down and check the mail and see if things have arrived. Oh, supposedly mail is here, but it was only a t-shirt. Check and see if I got notification on. Nothing else yet. What I may do is, like I said, in a couple minutes, I may go onto a be right back screen and run downstairs to see if DHL delivered anything. You have a notification from DHL that something's supposed to be delivered today. I don't know. We'll see. But it wants us to mount our motor, double check our work. We will come back to this. And what else do we have? V24, not V2.4, was an experimental design. Only 2 have ever been built. This design became the basis of the Voron 2 family. And if you were at RMRRF, you have seen Voron 2.4. It is big. Looks like we're going to start working on the gantry next. So Voron 2.4 is literally a 2-foot by 2-foot bed area, which equates to 600 by 600 millimeters. It uses 4 different 300 by 300 mic 6 beds, and with independent heaters. And those 4 heaters have to be heated up at different times. If they heat them all up at the same time, it will trip any breaker. It'll trip the 20 circuit or 20 amp breaker that it's connected to. And one, I'm not sure if I'm going to do cable chains. I will go ahead and mount it anyhow. And I'm pretty sure I would use generic because I've never bought IGUS cable chains. So we'll go ahead and do the heat set inserts into this one. Going to go real fast and make sure, see if there was anything else. Does not look like it. So I'll go ahead and add the sets to this real fast. We'll move on. Yeah, and it was really cool because the all the electronics, rather than being in the base, set it up in a backpack on the back side of the printer, and that was to enable easier access to electronics for maintenance. Because otherwise, you've got to tip a 200 plus pound printer on its side to do any type of maintenance to it, and it's just that was really hard to do. So I mounted them on the back, and it was such a slick install. I wish I had taken a picture of the install, because you had like power supply on each side, the 4 SSRs down the middle, and then the rest of the electronics, and they were mounted directly to a metal plate. So it acted as the heat sink, just by the mounting position and everything. It's really well thought out. And it took 4 of them to move it. And I think Major Gamer Geek, did you help them get it back to the minivan? If I remember right, because it's definitely a 4-man lift, 1 on each corner. You didn't? Okay. But Nero 3D actually posted a picture on Twitter of him sitting in the printer as it was sitting in the back of Steve Build's van. Gives you an idea that a typical, adult male 5'8", 5'9" could fit in the printer cross-link. Yep, West 3D with their giant screen. Nice. So I got that. I'm going to set it off to the side real fast. Sorry, I'm coughing a bit. Yeah, I should have stuck around and helped people pack out, but I was just so incredibly exhausted. I knew I had an hour-long drive back down to my mother-in-law's in Denver, and I was just like, no, I had to get out, get on the road, and start getting home. Okay, so we have that. The heat insets, they're going to go ahead and continue to cool as we sit over there, and we need the smallest length of our remaining extrusions, and we are M5 nuts, 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom. Go ahead and move this off to the side so I don't reach over and burn myself. Thinking that my fasteners are over there because I just about did that. And actually, guys, how about this? Before I start putting the gantry and stuff together, because I know as I start doing it, I'm going to have to get the motors on there still. Give me just a minute to run downstairs real fast and check and see if those motors did come in. Okay? And I'll be right back. Oh, you help Zombie get back to his hotel and hunt. Nice. Yeah, I think I saw some pictures of you hanging out with several folks. That's why I'm looking at having a hotel at Earth and just being able to hang out and chat with everybody. But I'm going to put you on the Be Right Back screen, and I will be right back in just a couple of minutes. Oh, nice, nice. Very, yeah, definitely helped West 3D out. They were helping you out. All right, be right back, guys. Okay, folks, I am back. Sorry about that. I did go and double check, and the motors aren't here, so we will continue to keep going and build out the gantry, and we'll work on the motors when it comes in. Chances are, if it didn't come today, then it's not going to come until Monday. There was another package that said it was supposed to be here soon. Mike had told me it was supposed to show up today. It's not here, so it'll probably be here Monday. So with that, let's keep going. The manual was calling for a couple of M5 T-nets at the top to at the bottom, and those are in the same direction with the holes to the outsides. So we just feed these in from the side. So it'll be interesting because once again, these frames are just a tad out of spec as far as the depth of these channels. So yep, that happens. Flip them over. One there, one there. On the other side. As I told Mike, I will make these work. Take the right side, the one that has the two heat set inserts in it. It's going to slide onto the end of the rail there. Okay. What I'm going to do is take the left side as well and slide that on because that will help hold these nuts in place. I can flip it over top and bottom. I'll have to work on lining these up. And these will get M5 by 10s. We'll go ahead and get them both started on the top and then bottom. Now, everything on the gantry, we want to be loose. It still needs the adjustability, so we're not going to crank these down. Just going to make these things loose so that we can have the ability to square up the gantry later on. So I'm just going to snug it and then back it off. Over, line up our nuts in here. And 5 by 10s. Yeah, I am really looking forward to Midwest Rip Rap Fest in Goshen. Like I said, it's going to be my first time trying to run a table and having printers on display and all that. So that'll be a hoot. No, I'm probably not going to have stickers and I'll have various prints that I will bring to show what some of my printers have been able to turn out. But um, nothing. I'm not going to have all my printers there, and I'm not going to instead have a lot of signage and stuff just go around. Really, because I think what I need to do is work on building a brand first, whatever that looks like. Okay, that's where I said you don't want to jam these all the way in. You want a little bit of room, and because it's got to fit in the four corners, so you need to be able to move them a little bit. We may have to even loosen them up a little bit more to make things all fit. You flew out with printed items, and Polymaker gave them away in their contest. Okay. Yeah, like I said, it was extremely interesting when I was coming back because I had these two frame kits in my carry-on luggage, and then I had all of these circuit boards laid around it at one end because I figured surely they're going to check me, and I'm going to have to open this bag. So let me just put everything at the top edge and at the end and everything. They were questioning. They were a little mystified, like, what is this? Like, what is this stuff? And I told them what it was, and they're like, okay. And off I went. I was sort of dumbfounded by that because I fully figured that they were going to search my bag, and they didn't. Okay, so we did the right side, we did the left side. Motors would be on the bottom. For the most part, all of our button heads are across the top, and we would be good. So we quote unquote checked. We're going to double check and look at the Voron, Voron. These two on the outside, one on the inside, two on the outside, one on the inside. Okay, slightly confused. In the top, it looks like the gantry is sitting like this with the open area here. I know the outsides, I've got the two belts, but the inside shows this side being at the bottom and this side being at the top. That doesn't work. So what did I do wrong? This goes in on the right hand side. It's got the two heat set inserts, the big opening, and revolvers at the top, two button heads. This one goes on from the other side. I'm confused now. We'll see if maybe it's just an error in the manual with I guess let me see. So if this is the one that goes on this side, this is upper. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. Nobody asked you anything? You had a death racer in the backpack? Sweet. On my luck, I would have been like strip search for that. That's what I was afraid of. I didn't want to take anything in my backpack that basically I didn't want to take anything that may get me in trouble with TSA. So I was playing it safe when I went out there, and then when I came back, I was like, well, either I'm going to miss my flight, have to check in my bag, or something, or I'll miss my flight because I'm going to go and sorry, this is just still throwing me off. You know, one way or the other, either I was going to miss my flight or I was going to make it on the flight, but I was not going to leave the stuff behind. If I had to, I would have skipped my flight or rescheduled for a later time in the day and found a way of mailing stuff off. Yes, these are the B-Spec rails, Major Gamer Geek, that Tensor had. And then I've also got a Trident 300 frame. This is a 300 frame 2.4. Got a Trident 300 frame. That's the B-Spec rails. And I've also got all of the fasteners and everything I've been using on this build so far is from Tensor. So, and now I need the 2 longer rails, which leave me 1 rail. This one that will be the actual gantry. So these here are going to get another set of rails on them. And remember, right, I'm going to need like 5 in each direction, 2 3s. And when I say 5 in each direction, it means that on the right side, the holes are facing the edge of the extrusion. On the left side, the holes are facing the opposite way. I don't think it really and truly matters, but manual says to do it that way, so that's why I'm going to do it. Yeah, I also have another build project behind me that involves me measuring, drilling, and tapping all the blind nut joints. Spent too much time talking with Dutch dude, and Scott from Edge of 3D while I was out there, so I'm going to be building a enclosed Mercury 1.1 Hydra. I'm going to do the 235 by 235 side because I don't need another huge printer. Wind up divorced if I get another big printer like that. It's more real. Because I didn't think we were going to stay on here and go this long, but we did. It goes out of the way. We'll grab some paper towel. glove. So yeah, what I do on my rails, these do come with a little bit of, feels like just light machine oil on them to keep them safe. They are 440C stainless steel rails, so shouldn't have an issue. And I am going to pack the carriages with super lube. So for those of you that missed the lube session this morning, you get to see the second lube session this evening. And so what I'm going to do is, because I know I'm going to put a hole in the screw in the very end, I'm just going to move these up one side. Yep, lube it or lose it. I'm going to take the ones off the other side for the time being. And these are Sensor 3D branded rails. And the preloads on them are great. There's no wobble to these carriages whatsoever. I did try hoping that the grease zerks on each side were open, but they do not appear to be. So we went for plan B, which is move it back and expose about half of the balls in the carriage. And then just use some super lube and pack the half of the ball, that half of the carriage, and bring it back, run it back and forth a little bit. And we'll do that on, we'll try and do both of these at the same time. If you take it more than half the way off, you stand a larger chance of a ball popping out as you're trying to slide it back on, especially if you packed it with some grease. So that's why I only move it like half the way off. Now I just get a little bit on my finger and I literally like roll it and pack it in to that side. Right? Do that on both those side halves. Set up there and just roll it and push it into the balls and into the braces. Slowly slide the carriage back on the rail, off the excess, run it up and down a few times to get some of that grease distributed. Slowly pull it back off. Ready to do it again. Now you can pop the other end off and expose the other half and, pack both sides, pack some on one side, pack some on the other, and work your way back and forth. 6 1/2 does the other. You're trying to get that grease in there and work it through the full race. So by taking it and packing it in 1/2, it'll still get worked through the race. you start to get a spot where the balls start to bulge out, just immediately stop, pull it back a little bit. And if you need to, stick your finger between the two sets of ball bearings, and that will keep that spring clip tight against them so that the balls don't pop out on you. If they do, it's no big deal. Just go ahead and stick them back in. Use your tweezers, get them back in there behind that spring clip, and it will all work out. If you lose a ball, don't worry about it. Now, missing 2 or 3, you might want to start worrying about it. Whatever you do, make sure as you're doing this that you don't flip it off, because if you do pull this off and it goes flying, you'll be buying a new carriage. Take that off. I'm going to go ahead and remove some of the excess that I got on the back side of the carriage and over the rail. Really, the main place you need the grease is in the ball channels themselves, which will be the thin little channel right there. You get it on the top, you get it on the sides, it's on the back, it's hurt per se, but it's just gonna lead to gunk that can get all over else. I do try and clean them up some, lubricate them, and then remember to put your stop back in. Same thing, this rail. The access that was on the back side of the carriage truck where I try and press it in. Off rail. Good. Put the stopper in so we don't lose it. 2 rails. Appreciate everybody hanging out with me for as long as we have been. Really been going for a while. Won't go too much longer. I think I'll probably stop as soon as I get U-shape of the gantry done, simply because I'm going to run into a point where I really need to have the rails, or on not the rails, motors. So I'm going to set this on the extrusion right next to my nuts and just line my nuts up. Doing every other hole. Should be able to get everything lined up. Set the rail right on top. These are our MGN9 rails, so we'll grab our MGN9 guide pieces. We'll set these basically over the fourth hole. That will align the rail to the extrusion. And we may have to go in here and use our light just to make sure that the reasons to make sure our holes line up. We'll use more of our M3x8 nuts, or M3x8 socket head cap screws to lock this in place. Dropping these in, and I'll go back and tighten them down just a bit. Need to get them all relatively snug. Then we can go through and tighten them down. And we start from the inside always and get out. Start with the inner ones and out. We do that for those missed this morning. We do that so that we don't bow our linear rail. We start from the outside in. If there's any bit of gap or space when we do that, we could actually bow the rail in the middle and cause binding. So here what we're doing is we're starting and just snugging the insides, then working our way out. Just making sure that all the teeth on the all the screws go into their T-nuts. I just realized I will need to unsnug. I can move the rails because I have to set a specific length. Need to learn how to lube your rails and not lose balls. Yeah. Okay, so I just got that on there. It's probably tighter than it needs to be. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to use that one and line up do a rough lineup of the T-nuts for the second one. That should just sit right on top. Grab our alignment rails and put them over here. And we will reuse, we'll have to use the alignment rails again when I set the gaps and stuff like that. But I'm just trying to get them base installed first, and then I'll worry about all of that next. Okay. Don't worry, I know I'm starting at the side. I'm not Dracoff07. Thanks for the follow. How are you doing today? So I'm not tightening these rails down. I'm just setting the screws and making sure that they're biting into the T-nuts underneath. Well, I'm not bothering to follow the inside out methodology just yet. I just need to make sure that everything is lining up. And once I get them loose where I can move the rail and the underlying T-nuts at the same time, then we'll set the length and all of that. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. So I started at 8 o'clock this morning, 10 o'clock this morning, my time. This is my normal start for my Saturday streams. And, we've just been cooking right along. I do not have the motors yet. They will probably come in Monday. I think is what the next thing I saw for any package delivery. So they'll be here on Monday. In which case, then I will have to come back on the next stream next weekend, and we'll mount the motors and do all that goodness. So right now I've just kind of been building, and I think I'm going to stop after I get the U-shaped gantry put together, just because it feels like a good stopping point, and I've been streaming for a while. Mine the carriage. I did keep the carriage stops on here, so I'm not going to mine the carriages. But I do need to make sure that the 25 millimeters from one of the edges is the measurement I need to go with. So back to our caliper. And yeah, I will have this. So this video on Twitch is going to break into 2 parts, simply because, well, no, yeah, it will break into at least 2 parts on Twitch because we did have a disconnect earlier in the stream. And then I also stopped the recording instead of pausing it when I went to run and check and see if the mutters had showed up in the mail. So I will have to stitch videos together and re-upload it to Twitch so that it's a contiguous video on Twitch, as well as put them over onto YouTube. So they will be videos on demand, so you can go back and watch them. Dracoth. So I'm looking for 25 millimeters. Then I will lock this down. Again, we've got it at 25 millimeters. We've got it locked down. Means we can now use this edge as a depth point. So what I'll do is I'll come down here. I still have my rail guides on here, and I'm going to push this rail down, holding my calipers at a slight angle, so that I was going to attempt to push it down. Apparently, I've got a couple of these a little bit tight. So back them off just a bit. And once again, I'll start at one end. And I will just push the whole rail down on the extrusion until it bottoms out on this end over here. That tells me that this is a 25 millimeter gap now. And with that, at least so I don't move it, I'm going to start in the middle, snug these 2 middle pieces down. 2 middle screws. Not fully torqued, but they're just snug down. And then I'm going to work outwards from the middle, doing the same thing, just getting them snug. And then I'll come back and give them a couple ugga-duggas to torque them down. Once again, we do this so that we don't bend or bow the rail. We started at the ends and worked inwards. We could actually build a bow into the rail because the ends wouldn't be fixed. So as we started tightening down the middle, the ends would be fixed, wouldn't move. So we would leave ripples and stuff in our rails. Gotcha. Yeah. My stream, that's what I do. I've got a few 3D printer builds. I've got a Blue Dragon, which is a Ender 3 to Voron switchwire conversion. Got that on there. I've got a Rook 3D printer build, which is a mostly printed 3D printer. And I have a Bugaboo, which uses an extruded frame like this with some 3D printed parts and linear rods. So I've got a few builds that are out there now that are on both my Twitch and my YouTube channel. I stream on Twitch and then I upload everything cross-pollinate over into YouTube. So it's been working out pretty good for me so far. I'll do that. Rail is needing to be loosened up a bit so I can slide it. And I do my best to make my streams informative and educational. So I will talk about some things over and over again, just to make sure that they're well stressed, and yeah, you get some of the good tips and tricks. As we did, we left this the same. We tightened it down so it's not moving and adjusting on us. Started this end, which was the shorter end. Push the rail down till the extrusion bottoms out against the edge here. And we now know that that rail is 25 millimeters in. Just gently put a finger on this and move this carriage down so I can start in the middle. We'll now lock the middle down, just snug them up, and then work our way out. Snugging them up. Okay, now that everything's snug, I'll come in and cover the guns. Flip her down a bit. And when you're doing this and you're torquing these down, once again, so these are stainless steel screws through stainless steel rails into stainless steel T-nuts into an aluminum extrusion. So I could, in theory, put thread locker on these and crank these down. Shouldn't need to, but I could, in theory, put thread locker on these and crank these down. When you're torquing things down and trying to get them nice and tight like that, you want to use the flat ball drivers. If you use the rounded edge ball drivers, you will round out the heads of your screws and you will damage your ball driver as well. So if you're torquing things down, use the flat-headed driver for just about everything that you can. I'm going to flip this around. I just want to see if that's actually a center. Yeah, that's pretty darn close to being centered. Also, when you're tightening your rails down, make sure you've got your rail guides on there, because that'll keep it from shifting or rotating in your extrusions. Okay, so we got those. Set those over on the side. What's next? Line the carriage, centered rail guides. Yes, yes, yes. Now we flip them over and we put 2 M5 T-nuts in. Okay, on both sides. Let's make it interesting. So I think it's going to tell me to flip them back over and put other T-nuts on there, and these will probably fall out because, once again, these rails are B stock. I know they were B stock when I bought them. So the channel depths in these rails are just a little bit too deep, and the spring-loaded T-nuts don't actually like spring-load and tension and hold them in place. because those channels are. Well, we've been working around it. That goes in there. And it tells me to flip it over, and it's an M3, then an E, then an M5. So we'll see if I can put my fingers there and flip that over. And if I drop them out the bottom, I'll be okay because I can put them back in from the bottom. So that's what I'm going to do is just let these fall out. Because I can slip them back in from the bottom. I won't be able to slip these back in from the top because the rail will be in the way. So it's an M3, the M5, M3 on the inside, M5 on the outside with the holes facing the outside. This is critical to make sure you get your right gaps in the, it'll fit in with the rails. 3, 5, 3. Okay. Next, we start off with flipped over, take the 5mm holes on top. Millimeter holes on top, that on top, and in. And we have the M3 and M5. So kind of having to work with this because I know how the parts are going together. So there's in there 3 and 5. Flush install with 5x16s that side. Maybe 5 and 5. Well, maybe we'll get these on here and we will nothing. We've got the M3, M5 here, and it is locked in, so those shouldn't fall out. We'll flip this over. We'll need 2 M5s here at the bottom with facing out, so it should be these in. We'll get them lined up. Okay. Now we want a 2 M5 hole accented piece with the belts. It's going the little indent side is going to line up with the ribs apart, with the indent facing outward, like that, and we'll 2 M5x16 screws. size. Like sitting here looking right at it. Need two M3 by, or M5 by 16s, and go out, going from the top. And the goal here is just to get them to bite into the T-nuts, because we will be using these as the belt clips. So got that side done. I flip it over and it tells us that we want it to be flush up against the end. So we want to make sure that printed part and the metal part are nice and flush. And that's where they go. Now on the notch and notch, so the notches matching on the outside and on the bottom. That's one side. The other side we'll work on. Be done in the same way, where we will got this. Need our these underneath. We've got our M5 M3 here. Going to line up with the M5 M3. I go ahead and slide this on, capturing the M5 M3, because I know I won't be able to possibly get them on the other way. That will hold them in place when I root over. Now I need to put two M5s in. Actually, not that the correct way, where the M3 is towards the rail. There we go. Feed in our M5 nuts side here. Those lined up. Two M5 by 16s. And another one of our double M5 bracket. Once again, the notch, the top of the bracket here, faces out. And the notch at the bottom also faces down. So that's our orientation. Sorry if y'all are chatting. I was actually looking at the manual. So these are roll-in T-nuts, Major Gamer Geek. I don't know. They said that they do have a printed part that will allow you to use standard M5 and M3 hex nuts in here. I'm just quote unquote making do with the roll-in T-nuts and knowing that they're a little loose in the channel, but when you tighten them up, they do align and properly seat in the channel. So that's not a problem. It's just really, it's a little fiddly getting them placed and getting them to stay in while you're working on them. Just because the, they're just a little loose. So this is kind of what we're working on. Oops. With that, we will be going to the next screen in the manual. It says to go ahead and the gantries will be installed. I don't know why they haven't told us to do the bottom yet, but okay, no big deal. These will slide into the gantry here, and we will need at least M5s from the top. And we should be able to get these to slide in because we have access through the gantry. So got that pushed into the back. We'll need a couple of M5s from the top. Slide these in. And we'll line those up. Once again, we wanted to make sure that this is nice and flush, which it is. And so we got two here. We're going to need the M5x16s again. And these are once again the two brackets with the double M5x16s, notch facing outwards. Okay. This bit, we'll get this side in. That to 2 M5 nuts in there. Sure with our tweezers that the holes line up. Those nuts. Awesome. I'm also making sure that I'm flush at the back. Setting that in place. I need two more M5x16s. Okay. These are flush in the back. I'm going to put these back ones in and kind of tighten them down a bit right now, just because I know I'm going to have to flip this over. Our flush installed. Yeah, on day 2 they were selling the frames for $20 each because they didn't want to have to cart them back, and they were B-stock frames. So yeah, for $20 for a Voron frame, which normally sells for $125 to $150 depending on the size. Yeah, I couldn't balk. I couldn't balk at the price. They sell them on their website. If they still have any in stock, they're available on their website for, I want to say it's $50 a frame. And like I said, they were making some good deals on day 2 of the show at RMRRF, so they didn't have to bring them back. So yeah, definitely not going to complain there. It looks like we need the thicker pieces here. And we'll have a piece that goes like that, a piece that goes like that. And we have a place for 3 M5 hex nuts. And these drop in with like no friction whatsoever. So if the next thing it does is tell me to flip this over, it'll be interesting. Or actually, I know what I can do. I know what I'm not going to put super glue, because super glue on it, you never have to pull it out. It would be a pain in the butt. But I will just put tape and cover that access hole with tape so they can't fall out. Yeah, I should have bought some of the den rails while I was there, and I didn't. I decided against it. Now I'm going, well, maybe I should get the pink ones for this build. Or figure out, because this is an ABS panel, so you wouldn't see the bottom side anyhow in these, maybe just keep the standard ones that I had cut, and I'll go with colorful ones on my 0G Mercury, because on the Mercury, my top deck panel's clear acrylic, and rather than mount everything on the den rails facing down, they actually have drop brackets, so all of your electronics are facing you. So if you do a clear deck panel on a Mercury 1, you can see your wiring and all your electricals. So I may use them on one of those and see how that works. Back over here, we've got the M5 nuts in. And oh, nice. So from the thinner, it tells me that I want to look for the one with the like cable path notch in it. Right, so we're going to put that one up there. We're going to take an M5 by 40. And we're going to drop it in. I drop it in that. Apparently it's going to go in. Okay, I see it now. I got it now. Drops in that hole, and we're going to do another bearing stack. So we need two shims, and we'll go shim. Inch slide down, inch slide up, another shim, and then this piece going like that. It says flip it over, add two more M5 by 40. Awesome. So I'm going to sort of leave it like that for a second. So I'll need a little bit. Just going to get that screw started. Another M5 by 40 through there. That one started. Another M5 by 40. That one started. I'm having to do it like this because if I flip it over, like I said, the things aren't very friction fitty. These three here. Bearing is still moving. Bearing here. Then it's going to tell me to grab an M2 20-tooth idler. GT2 20-tooth idler. Right here. It doesn't say 6, so, or I'm sorry, a 9, so that GT2 6 belt size should go in there. Calls for another M5 by 40, goes down in there with a caution of do not over tighten because we're tightening in both positions the idler and it's screwed directly into plastic. So idler should spin freely and you don't want to ugga this down and strip out the plastic. So I'm just going to take it down until I feel the added tension where the head of the bolt hits the plastic. Maybe just like a little, and then that's going to spin freely. It has a little bit of wiggle room. If we need to, we can lock that down, just tap it more too. But spinning nice. Got that one done. I have a feeling it's going to basically tell me to do the same thing for the other steps. M5x40. Go into Kelly. That's really telling me to go into a hole that doesn't have any. It's telling me to go into a hole that is like, I don't get that. I don't get that. Used. See, well, that one makes sense. We'll set it there just like that. We'll try and follow this, what it's saying. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. That makes sense to you guys? And that's what it's showing is that hole. That there. This comes down over the top of it. That's going to line up with one of the nuts. Seems kind of weird. That seems like that. Two more 5x40s. Triangle. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. And this one here, it's another M5x40, the other GT20 idler. There. 40 to the top. This is going to go plastic. Okay. we've got our cross gantry pieces, I believe, are done. Now it tells us to do our MGN 12 rails. Our last and final extrusion. And I had already done the greasing of this rail, so we're good here. We don't grease this one. It's going to sit next to it. Lay in our nuts. Get those lined up. Set this on here. These are MGN 12 rails, so we'll use our other type of rail spacers or alignment tools. Set those on there. Use our light to make sure that the holes are all lined up. And we're back to our M3x8s. Yeah, so are you starting your build, Major Gamer Geek, or are you still looking at sourcing parts and stuff, or where are you at in your Voron journey here? Sitting them down to where I feel them like tightening up, and then I'm backing them off so I can rail around. Pretty sure I'm going to have to move the rail around. Yeah, so far the build's gone really easy so far. It's yeah, it hasn't been too bad. Everything's gone together pretty nicely. You know, a little bit of fidgety with the T-nuts in these restock rails, but you can't complain on the rails when they were as cheap as they were. And going into it and knowing it, I'm fine building with those rails because I know that I can make them work. trying to do is get my mic depth set to 15, because that's what it was telling me to do, was set it to the 15. Set 15, and every time I breathe at it, it drops down to 14. Stop it. So we're at 15. Light gauge for $14.99, and we're just going to push a rail down and then just slide in. Boom, we're at 15. So same thing we did before. We'll start with the ones and tighten that down. The middle one down. Triple, quadruple check that we're still there. Keep working down. So we're just tightening things, not working them just yet. We'll do that in the next step. Once they're all tight, we come back and work them down. If you really, really want to, you can put thread locker on these. And if you're going to be chasing speed, on these builds, put thread locker on. Because at some of the speeds and acceleration people run these, if you do not put thread locker compound on these screws, as long as they're not going through a printed part, like I said, this is screw through 4040 stainless steel into a stainless steel T-nut in the aluminum extrusion. There's no printed part there. Use thread locker. If you have printed parts, don't use thread locker, because it will interact with the plastic and make the plastic brittle, and you don't want that. But on these rails where you can, if you're going to be chasing speed, which I don't, definitely want to put thread locker on these, because they will back out and you will be tightening screws like mad if you're not. Okay, so that's one thing to be very cognizant of. These rails are just so smooth. And these are not broken in or anything just yet. They're so smooth. So next up, where are we at? Set our depth. We set our spacing on the rails, and we want the rail facing us. We want 2 at the top, and 1 goes in at the bottom. These are M5 T-nuts facing outward, so we'll go with put the 2 at the top, put those in there. Holes facing outward, as per normal. I'm not going to put the bottom one in just yet, because I know these will fall out if I do. And that's what I figured is put these pieces on. I'm going to slide right on the extrusions. You have like little printed detents that will go into that will slide into the channel of the rail. And use my fingers to line these up. both sides. These are a tight fit. Guess what? Loosen your bolts half turn, and rather than cut on your plastic and stuff, I probably just did. Up the holes in preparation for screws. And we're going to be looking for M5 by 10s on one side. Oh, sorry, 5 by 8. So the left side gets the 5 by 10s. Okay, and we'll tighten this down. And by tighten, I mean I'm just going to basically make sure they seat and snug them. Because it does say leave slightly loose. I just lightly tighten the bolts. Okay. And on the other side, we will put our cable chain and select the one with the 3 holes because that is our, if we do cable chains, we will be doing the generic ones. We need our M5 by 16s. Get those in there. They're getting the T-nuts. It. And then on the other side, I use an M5 shim and M5 by 30s. We need to also put in our M5 bolt, or M5 T-nut, sorry. Slide that into place. A little bit deeper hole, so we'll like to get everything up. Okay, this is a M5 shim and M5 by 30 bolt. Five by 30, 5 by 30s. Footed. Off loose. Same thing on the other side. We'll need a shim and an M5 by 30. And we'll need to put our M5 T-nut in there. And on your B-stock rails, Major Gamer Geek, keep an eye out for any blemishes on the rails and make sure that those get put in areas, like rotate your rail to the point where the blemish will be like not as obvious to the naked eye. You're looking at the printer. So have it face to the back, have it face down type of thing. Because I do have a couple of marks on a couple of my rails. I don't know if it was from me transporting them back or what. Oh. 1 second, Paul.
Oh, wait, never mind. It's my seat.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thought those were motors, but they're not.
Not.
It's okay. Thank you. I know. Okay, and with that, folks, that was we've been streaming for 7 hours. I've been working out in the yard. So we've got those put together. The gantries, we are going to verify that when we look from the front, where our rail's at, which I realized my rail's mounted upside down. I'll live with it. Tooth idler on the right is at the top, smooth idler on the bottom. On the left, tooth idler at the bottom, smooth idler at the top. Our cable chain goes up. So we did that piece correctly, and now it tells us to put our gantry on. And at this point, I'm going to hold off because I really need to get the motors in here first before I go and do that, just to make sure that everything's lining up right. And with that, I am going to call the stream today. As my spouse has said, I have been going for close to 6.5 hours now. Thank you all for coming out and watching me as I go through this build and fumble around a little bit. This is my first time building a 2.4. It has been an awesome experience so far. And thank you so much for coming out and joining me. I'm going to jump out, and I really wanted to jump over to Westery 1 and support her. She is doing some more of a 1-year stream anniversary today. So let me jump back over to Twitch and see if she is still on. And she is. So please, everybody, go with me as we raid over to Westery 1 and help me congratulate her on her 1 year of streaming. It'll be great. I think we made a lot of good progress. My plan was Tuesday night to continue working on the baby belt. Now I've got to figure out how to set this around and get everything set back up for the baby belt. But that'll be the fun of running multiple build projects at the same time. Unless I'm told otherwise, which, if everybody really wants me to switch over and finish this out no, I'm going to keep to my schedule. I will continue to work these on Saturdays where I can run long without the fear of impacting the JOB, because it's kind of important that I don't do that. On 30s and 16s. So we will continue this build on next Saturday, and on Tuesday we will continue our work on the NAC 3D edition of the baby belt. If the bearing that I'm waiting on comes in, then we'll be able to finish that and try and get it printing. If it does not, then we will get it as, we'll get the rest of the parts put on it. And then we may look at going right into building the actual raw make version of the 10.3 files, simply because that'll allow us to keep going without any holdup. So thank you all so much for joining me, and I appreciate you being here. And we will continue this next week. Thank you very much. Let's go on over to Westery 1, raid into her, and give her some love, show her some hype, and we will see everybody next week. Thanks all. Bye now.